Good evening, everyone. City Clerk and City Manager, are you okay? Are we ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Ready here in City Hall.
Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. We call the meeting of October 26, 2021 at 5 o'clock, and we're going to call this special City Council meeting to order. May I please roll, City Clerk?
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Mason? Here. Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Medina is not present. Mayor Medina?
Here. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to item number 3, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. This is for items that are not on the agenda at this time. If there's anybody from the public, if you raise your hand, and then we'll go ahead. Our clerk will bring you in the room. Seeing no hands at this time, we will go ahead and bring it back and have it open up to why we're here this evening, which is a special meeting. And this is to receive a first quarterly update for fiscal year 2021-2022 for the City Council strategic initiatives, with a focus on strategic initiatives related to the city ballot measures for the November 2022 general election. And our city manager is going to be taking lead, and he has a lot of the senior leadership team here to support. This is going to be a longer presentation, colleagues. So if there are questions amongst it, the city manager was asking at certain points, maybe he'll pause or accept those, and we won't wait till the end. But with that said, I'm going to turn that over to our city manager.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Devon Grogan, City Manager. Mayor Medina, you were absolutely right. I will be backstopped and supported by your entire senior leadership team that are here and ready to support conversations during this study session. We did plan this study session for the 2-hour period, 5 to 7. I think the core of our presentation and discussion from staff may take 45 minutes. However, we do invite, as the mayor said, questions during that process. And so why don't we begin? And so this is the first quarter update, really covering the period of July through September and the progress that we've made on City Council's initiatives. So the objective is really twofold. The first one is to provide you with an update for Q1 on the initiatives, and then discuss and receive direction on all potential City Council ballot measures for the upcoming November 2022 election. And what we mean by that, and we'll talk about that a lot today, we are not deciding what to place on the ballot, and by Council's direction today, you're not even confirming that you will put it on the ballot. What you're directing is for staff to undertake the necessary work and engage the City Council in further discussions and have that policy setting conversation on should the City Council put the item on the ballot. And so we'll talk a little bit more about what that means, but I just wanted to make that very much clear. So our agenda today is we'll give a quick background, we'll give a status summary of the initiatives. There are many, many more initiatives. Then we'll go into detail, but we are ready to answer questions on all of them. But this PowerPoint slide will provide a summary and then highlight in some level of detail 8 additional initiatives. They're listed here. We'll talk about parking meters. That'll be done by our police chief, Ryan Johansson. We'll talk about trash receptacles and where we are with that. That will be mainly presented by our interim Public Works Director, Haywan Renji. The next 3, the downtown greening and landscape plan, as well as Cove Park and Centennial Park improvements, will be provided in part by myself, but also by Ann Matola, your Community Services Director. Shared city services and grant writing will be provided by Jennifer Brazil, the Assistant City Manager. Short-term rentals and cannabis will both be provided by the city attorney. Short-term rentals will be supplemented by the finance director, Chin Yu Sun, and cannabis will be supplemented by our community and economic development director, Pamela Wu. We'll then discuss the potential items that council would like staff to look into on the November 22 ballot. There are two items, or actually three items, that are currently on your strategic initiative. I said two because there are two initiatives, but the first initiative actually has two items that may be a integrated measure or they may be separate measures. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So a little bit of background. Council knows this, so I won't go into detail at all. I'll just say that our strategic initiative process is evolving. It is a living, breathing organism, and we're constantly evaluating and changing it to make sure that it fits your needs. Most recently, in 2021, the City Council further streamlined initiatives. You modified, you added some, you deleted some. You really wanted them to be high-level initiatives directed by the City Council. And of the utmost importance, you added a priority categories, and we also added a quarterly update process. This is background, so I'll go really quick on this. What is a priority focus area for anyone watching this? A priority focus area is a particular area of organizational focus for your government, the City of San Bruno's government, identified by the City Council annually. They can and do change over time based on a number of factors, but interest, need, and resources. And they are not listed in any preference or priority order. We'll talk a lot about the term strategic initiative. What is that? Is a specific effort that must align to one or more of the City Council's priority focus areas. It requires a work effort that is really above normal operations and capital maintenance. And that really aligns to a number of the edits that the City Council made to the strategic initiative. You really wanted to eliminate those, albeit highly important capital maintenance projects and operational things, but really elevated and center on higher level initiatives. It required direct involvement with the leadership team, the city manager or department directors, and then very important, some initiatives can be accomplished in one fiscal year, while others are multi-year efforts. And so we've seen that over the years with strategic initiatives. But we always make great progress. Some things are completed, things are added, and some things stay. But really quick, just to review the City Council's priority focus areas, those 7 areas that you have said should be a high priority for this organization for the coming year. Implement transit corridor vision to revitalize downtown and our commercial corridor. Assure rehabilitation and replacement of critical community facilities and infrastructure. Grow city revenues and assure ongoing fiscal stability and economic vitality. Continue to strengthen community connections, engagement, and communication. Protect and improve community aesthetics and safety. Continue to proactively plan for the future of San Bruno. Strong governance, organizational health, and employee success. At a high level, there are 43 initiatives. At this point, 4 have been completed. 19 are active projects we're actively working on that many of which we'll talk about. 15 are anticipated to start later this fiscal year. 5 are unlikely to start this fiscal year due to various reasons. The main one being capacity, bandwidth, staff, and financial capacity for those 5 initiatives that are not likely to start. There is a detailed matrix that we provided and that is available that gives a status on all 43 of these initiatives. The ones that we picked to highlight are those that we think are sort of the utmost importance to the City Council at this juncture, and items where we have a significant update to share with the City Council. But that doesn't mean that at the conclusion of this presentation, you shouldn't ask questions on any of the 43 initiatives. So please do, and again, your entire senior leadership team is here to support you. So now we will start going through a few specific initiatives. The first one is your initiative 1.1, installation of parking meters in downtown. A very important project, and for that, I will turn it over to Police Chief Ryan Johansson, who was having connection issues at the beginning of my presentation. Let's see if he's on. Looks like he's on.
I see him there.
Okay, Ryan, take it away.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As mentioned, I am Ryan Johansson, your Chief of Police. Happy to report to you tonight briefly on the specific initiative that is installation of parking meters downtown. This is a project that was moved over to the control of the police department in the past year, and so we've been actively engaged in implementing a solution here for you, or coming up with some potential solutions here for you. I'll provide an update on those here now. So we are the lead department on this. As it says on the slide, it is an active project. We have current budget of $225,000 to implement installation of parking meters downtown. Since the police department took this project under our wing, it has been expanded significantly, largely due to the overlap between parking meters downtown and parking enforcement. Obviously, any meter solution would need to be enforced by the police department or some entity, and so there's some natural overlap that has sort of expanded the scope of this project, specifically looking at not only metering, but ALPR, or automated license plate reader-based enforcement, permit parking facilitation capabilities, expanded enforcement. An example of that has been conversations that this council has had regarding the expansion of street sweeping enforcement throughout the city. These are all things that have overlap or potential overlap with this project, and I think that recognizing that has led us in a direction to solve many problems with one potential solution here. We are currently working with multiple potential vendors, but we do believe we may have identified a sole source to bring before council in the relatively near future. Staff is likely to end up recommending a complete outsourced solution that will include most services and enforcement needs, as well as the parking meter installation and maintenance itself. We are seeking vendor assistance with everything here, including determining the appropriate parking zones, pricing recommendations, the placement of the different meters and kiosks, and there's kind of a lot of moving parts there as well. Some of the key components and decisions to be made here are the difference between short and long-term metering solutions, what we'll do about downtown business owners and employees as far as accommodating potential variations in the metering and the costs for them, how we can, again, implement solutions that will accommodate permits if desired by the council in terms of permitting both in the metered zones as well as the residential permit parking program, and how that can sort of be dovetailed in with enforcement of this program. Decision over making sure we can provide both mobile and kiosk payment methods for users, and then the contemplation of whether this should be plate-based permit parking versus space-based permit parking. And the report that we will provide council with in short order will certainly provide some different alternatives in those regards and some recommendations from staff and the reasoning behind those recommendations. Can we move to the next slide, please? So continuing on, this has also exposed the potential need to evaluate code, policy, and procedural changes. Obviously, as you implement a new solution like this, especially if it includes a changing of our enforcement posture and even potentially enforcing through an outsource, it could require not only some changes to our procedures here at the police department, but to our policies and potentially even to municipal code. And so those are some additional undertakings that have come with this. An important next step for us is to assess the payment kiosk locations, as well as the power and communication needs of the kiosks and the permitting systems. And so this includes not only collaboration with the potential vendors, but collaboration with other city entities like Public Works and CityNet Services for connectivity. Additionally, the police department is in the early stages of structuring a public outreach campaign. Obviously, as we get closer to making some recommendations to council, it will be important for us to be able to report back on the sentiments of the businesses that will be affected, as well as the residents that are likely to be affected by the decisions and the policies that you make. In terms of the schedule for next milestones, we believe that by December of this year, we should have an updated proposal from the vendor, which will include all of the components that we have discussed here briefly today. By January or February, we should begin our public outreach. By April of 2022, we believe we should have a first draft of parking zone maps and fee recommendations. And if we can stay on course with those scheduled dates, we believe that by June, July of 2022, we should be ready to begin actual implementation, which would mean actual construction and installation of our meters, as well as transitioning over to the potential outsource for enforcement and other related services. So that concludes my presentation, updating you on this specific initiative. Mr. City Manager, I don't know if the intention is to accept questions initiative by initiative or to wait till the end, but I'm certainly available for questions at your disposal.
Yeah, I want to take a pause now and ask council if they have any questions on this before you conclude. Also important to the City Council, just want to go back and highlight the issue with regard to short-term and long-term and permit parking. That's something that will be featured heavily in our outreach to the business community there. As you know, our off-street parking lots, there are some that are longer-term parking lots, 5-hour lots. What a more electronic system would allow us to do is not have certain lots designated as long-term, short-term, but actually be able to issue individual permits where they can park at the lot closest to their place of employment or their business, and they, by typing in their permit number, be allowed to park maybe 5 or a full workday 8 hours in a lot where they don't have to sort of park further away. But a lot of decisions and conversations have to be had. Through the mayor, would you like me to facilitate council questions, or?
I'm fine either way. What do you think would be best for you?
Sure. Why don't I just call on Council Member Hamilton?
Thank you. So you actually answered the second question already regarding how to potentially go lots. My question has to do with the residential parking permit program. So would you anticipate that the vendor would potentially make recommendations for changing the current program that we have in place? Because I'm concerned that our existing plan isn't working, because we've had no neighbors have come forward anywhere to implement the plan as it stands, and therefore I'm concerned with implementing meters if we don't have a permit plan for the surrounding neighborhoods.
Sure. Chief, do you want to take that, and then I'll follow up?
Sure. I think that the short answer would be that we have not to date looked to the potential vendor as a source of recommendations for changes in policy. We have looked to them in terms of scoping out the impacts that the installation of meters will have on specific neighborhoods, specific residents, specific businesses, so that we can better determine what the needs might be there as far as accommodating permits that are directly related to the metered zones. We were also speaking here, however, about the possibility that, we've talked a number of times about how the residential permit parking program, if implemented, would be enforced, how we would facilitate the issuance of permits. These have always been big questions that come with costs that we had to address. And it's looking quite encouraging that this entity could provide those services all in one place, so that if neighborhoods are implementing or requesting the RPPPs, that we're able to accommodate the back end side of it with software and enforcement.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And just to piggyback on that, one of the reasons why we expanded the scope of it is because just thinking about downtown in particular, we didn't want to set up a parking meter enforcement program and that maybe by space, and then have a permit parking program 2 blocks away that's the license plate, right? And so we can have we can have one enforcement mechanism for the entire area and have it be seamless. And I think I saw a hand by Vice Mayor Medina earlier. Yes, Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you, Chief Johansson. This is a long time coming. The parking situation downtown is very difficult, and there is no way we can have a downtown parking program without accounting for the need of our residents that are adjacent to our downtown, and then that just dominoes out across the extended neighborhood. So I believe I heard enough of how we'll move forward and make sure that we're going to be having outreach and input from the affected neighborhoods. Other cities do the same. It's not just the downtown. It extends out into the neighborhood, And from memory, I believe we did have that in our downtown parking study. So I think I'm okay with where we're at. And thank you for the presentation.
Councilwoman Mason.
Report, and I'm glad to see if this is progressing. I just had a couple of questions. Use the word contracting out, and is that, I'm just curious, is that because it's something that cannot be done in-house? So I would imagine the city of San Bruno doesn't create parking meters. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. Why don't I take the first part about that? Yes. So absolutely, any final decision to contract out will have to go through the meet and confer process and be a decision of the city council. In contracting out, certainly there will be a vendor that will provide parking meters and the software and technology for that. What we're referring to is the actual personnel that issue the tickets. And so some cities use city staff, other cities use contract staff. There are pros and cons to each model. Certainly cost implications and long-term personnel liability connected to both. And so we're taking a step back and looking holistically at parking enforcement, knowing that we have candidly challenges today with staff resources to effectively do parking enforcement, not just in the downtown, but also in the neighborhoods, as well as enforcement for street sweeping. And we know that there's another initiative that we will be beginning later this fiscal year, looking at expanding how we do street sweeping and potentially requiring cars to move. That will absolutely, we know, come with an additional cost for enforcement. And so we wanted to look holistically at enforcement, and in doing so, it really led us down the path of looking at alternative service delivery models and potentially not having city staff be the individuals that are actually writing the tickets. And so we're looking into that, but a lot of conversations to come before any decisions are made.
I didn't know if Chief Johansson was going to follow up on the parking meter part, or?
Oh, sure. Parking meter, Chief Johansson, will you take it? I know that there's a vendor or several vendors that we're looking at. Any additional?
Yeah, I think that I'm happy to provide any further clarification that is specifically desired, but I think that you covered everything I would have covered. The question about the meters is that we're looking towards right now, what we're most likely to recommend if nothing changes, and we're still very much in the process here for you all to consider, is an outsourcing recommendation for enforcement that is capable and has a demonstrated track record of bringing in the other vendors necessary for the construction of the parking meters, the maintenance of the processing of the fees, that can integrate with our existing data collector and turbo data that processes all of our citations and our citation reviews and our collections and that side of things. So they're kind of operating like a general contractor, for lack of maybe a better illustration. This really is a project that's used best-in-class services. I think we're going to need someone that kind of is able to bring all the best-in-class services together to bring a solution that makes for the best one for San Bruno. Again, there's, as the city manager said, much contemplation, decision-making. I'm sure a lot of questions still on behalf of council. I'm just trying to provide an update of where we're at now. Ultimately, we'll be making a handful of recommendations and we'll remain available to answer all the questions that kind of amount from those. I'm saying that because currently we're sitting on a hopeful date. We're looking at receiving our updated proposal actually well ahead of the December 21 schedule. We're being told in the next 2 weeks. And that's going to give us a lot of fodder for more questions and an opportunity to provide more information to you all.
I appreciate that.
Just another note about interplay. When we look at the kiosks, certainly you have to power them. That's oftentimes done by solar now. And then they need communication needs. And so that's one of the reasons why we're working with CityNet, because some cities actually have to pay for a cellular card in each of the meters. We may have the possibility with CityNet to actually provide the kiosk with internet. And so we may be able to run a loop and utilize some resources that we have in-house for that. And so we're having those conversations. And not seeing any other hands. Councilwoman Mason, I think we have another. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have just a couple more follow-up questions. So I'm glad to hear that we're, again, utilizing our wonderful CityNet, and, hopefully we can continue looking at ways to use it as a resource. I just wanted to go back to the contracting out. I just want to say I know that we no longer have a personnel committee, and it is important that we find something that works for the city for sure. But I do want to make sure that our union partners are aware and that we're working in good faith with them. I did want to just make a comment about the permits. Maybe one suggestion that I have seen is an annual fee. So individuals who might be working downtown every day might want a permit, but it's, instead of giving an allotment of hours, it's just a fee that would be paid annually for a particular permit that is placed on the windshield that's a certain color. And maybe by this point you can type in a number, but I know that where I've seen it, where I've had it, is an actual parking permit, and it changes color and number every year. I did want to ask about comparables. I know that our ex-chief had gone to San Mateo, and San Mateo had adopted a similar program. And I'm wondering if we would be able to follow up with San Mateo just to see the benefits and any negatives that might be associated with the program that was implemented, just to see the level of success that it's had. I remember seeing it on the front page of the paper when it first was introduced. And so I'd just be curious if we would be able to get any comparables that other cities have had that might help us inform our decisions.
Yeah, just to be clear, we've been working intimately with San Mateo PD throughout this process. They've been one of our primary resources in gathering data about what's worked and what hasn't.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then do we know if in the city our size the cost balances out, or have we done those numbers yet?
So I don't have the numbers in front of me because we're waiting on some updated quotes. I can share with you here that all indications thus far, from checking in with San Mateo, from other cities of similar size, and with the vendor and their projections, is that it would, even after all costs are factored in, continue to be a significant revenue item for the city.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then also cost-wise comparables also, are we looking at like-sized cities? So, if you go into San Francisco, it is so expensive now to park in a meter, but you go to Burlingame and 25 cents gets you a long time. And so I just want to make sure that we're being comparable for, the city our size and what the realities are of individuals who go downtown.
Yes, absolutely. We will look at all of those factors, as well as other factors such as demand pricing, and pricing the on-street spaces potentially higher than off-street spaces, because we know what our downtown parking survey said, which is you oftentimes go downtown and every space on the street is full, but there's plenty of spaces in the parking lot. So making the on-street spaces more expensive will drive people to those parking lots as well.
Okay. And then just my last comment, aside from thanking you for the work that you've done so far to get this moving, which I do want to just thank everybody who's been working on this. I also just want to ask, if possible, similar to a development impact fee, can the city create a fee where an amount for every meter is taken and contributing to a future parking structure?
Parking revenue will be general fund revenue, subject to the discretion of the city council, and through the annual budgeting process, or a mechanism the city council can decide to set aside net revenue in various fashions. And so we can certainly have those conversations.
And San Mateo may be worth looking into. I was told by a merchant that the parking structure is, that there's a portion of the parking meters that go towards the funding of the parking structure that they've had for a long time. This is hearsay, so just some model that might be worth looking into. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, without seeing any more hands, we will go to our second.
My hand's up, City Manager.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Medina, I didn't see it.
No worries. Real quick, and then I just want to have a check-in with you, City Manager, is one that the Personnel Board is not part of the outsourcing contracting items, but however, my history and knowledge is that the city always deals with the union and dialogues with them in regards to items such as this, just like they did with the tree trimming crew, whether it's agreed to or not, but that those items are brought forward as past practice. But what I also want to do as a check-in is that we're on the first item and we're at 30 minutes so far. I know the presentation in itself could be 45 minutes to an hour total without questions from council. So I just want to remind my colleagues of time and maybe try to streamline questions and not broaden it so that we could assist the staff and the team so that we can get through the presentation. Back to you, Manager.
Okay, without seeing hands, we will go to the next item, which is Strategic Initiative 3.2, Trash Receptacles. And I will ask our Interim Public Works Director, Haywan Ritchie, to provide an update.
Mayor, Council Member, Haywan Ritchie, Interim Public Works Director. I'm here to give an update on the priority project of replacing trash receptacles throughout the city. The update that I have now is that there was a budget set for $130,000 to purchase these receptacles. There were the Do More trash cans, which is the picture on the left, and those will be placed at locations within downtown and where the city owns trash cans, El Camino, Cherry, and throughout the city. Those were ordered back in May due to some supply chain issues. They are arriving in October, and my understanding is that they are in California and should be delivered any day now. For the big bellies that are on the right, so we've ordered approximately 48 of those at a cost of approximately $90,000. The big bellies to the right are those that have software as well as the handles and the kick bar. They will be outfitted with the side panel that messages can be replaced as desired, and those will be located at more high trash generating locations. Those were ordered this month and will be expected to be delivered in January of 2022. Next slide, please. So preliminary locations for the trash receptacles to be provided by Council's Downtown Ad Hoc Committee for review and feedback. We believe that this could be an opportunity to engage with the business owners of where the trash cans are located currently, and if there's opportunities to relook at some of those locations, whether they be moved over slightly or replaced in kind or relocated entirely. Staff has taken the effort to locate the location or determine the locations of the trash cans and has created maps that can be used for the Downtown Ad Hoc Committee should that be the desired path. These units will be installed by city staff through the Public Works Department. And so the milestones for the schedule are to receive the receptacles. October, November is the first trash cans that will be delivered, approximately 50 of those. The locations will be finalized sometime in November. Staff will also need to assess the staff resources required to install the units. So we'll proceed with installing a couple first and determining the staff needed to do that. The locations will be power washed, and unlike the units that are there now, they will need to be bolted down, and so there will be some prep work, calling in USA, making sure that they're properly bolted down, and we anticipate being able to install the trash receptacles in the time frame of November to January. Of course, events such as this past weekend can affect the timeline just due to response and the staff having other concludes this portion of the initiative. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, not seeing any hands, we will go to the next item. Councilwoman Mason.
Sorry, just one quick question. I had asked when we first approved the trash receptacles if we had a plan in place for the maintenance of those receptacles, and I just wanted to follow up. If you don't have a plan, that's okay, but I do want to make sure we have a plan by the time we get new trash receptacles. And what I mean by a plan is a SOP, standard operating procedures of how they're going to be cleaned, when they're going to be cleaned, and which department is responsible for cleaning them.
So, Councilwoman Mason, you're right, we did talk about that. We do have the issue is not a plan to maintain it. The issue is additional resources to maintain them more frequently and power wash more frequently. And that is the problem that we haven't solved. There is power washing that occurs regularly downtown. The challenge is that it is not nearly frequent enough, nor is there budget for that. And so we have not yet looked into expanding the cleaning of downtown, be it trash cans or otherwise. One of the resources we were looking to have to do that, because that could potentially be several hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it the way other cities do it, where they have a regular crew that goes out that is solely focused on downtown, is to look at additional revenue that comes in from parking meters and potentially apply some of that revenue downtown. And so have we developed a enhanced program for cleaning downtown? The answer to that is no, we have not. And at this point, we have not yet identified the resources that would be needed to do that, because they're not insubstantial at all. If we are to have a more regular program where there is, whether it's the ambassador type program where you have people there on a daily basis, or you step up your cleaning to a weekly or a bi-weekly power washing.
So you might want to suggest talking to Recology. My understanding is that there are agreements in other cities where they take out the bins and they clean some of them, where the city cleans the outside or the exterior, and vice versa. And if we're going to be looking for a new contract procurement, then the possibility of adding that to the RFP is a possibility that we may want to consider. And my understanding is that they're about once a month. But I was downtown at 7 a.m. this morning, really happy to see the power washing, but our garbage cans look like they have not been cleaned in a really, really long time. So I just want to make sure that we're paying a lot of money. This is a huge investment for us, and that they are going to be maintained. So thank you for the report, and I just wanted to not forget that detail. Thank you.
Next item, downtown green and landscaping plan. I'll turn this over to Director Matola, and as she begins, just as a reminder to the City Council that this item was initially put forward to the Citizens Revenue Oversight Committee as a part of the budget process for seeing if they concurred with the expenditure. They did not initially. Council requested that that city staff reapproached the committee with the request subsequent to the adoption of the budget, and we did that on September 8th. And the committee did not support the request to spend the $300,000 on this effort. The committee did recognize that this is an important initiative for the City Council, but they suggested using another funding source, given that significant roadway funds have not yet been spent, given that significant roadway improvements have not yet been undertaken by Measure G funding and the community's high interest in seeing that roadway maintenance and repairs occur with Measure G. They really just felt that now was not the time. That coupled with the information that in the first substantial year that the city received Measure G funding, while it was a recommendation that neither the staff wanted to give, the council wanted to accept, or Measure G, or the Citizens Revenue Oversight Committee wanted to accept, all three of the bodies supported utilizing Measure G funds in the amount of $2 million to cover for immediate revenue loss that the city undertook as a result of COVID-19. And so because those initial first year funds of Measure G did not go to roadway maintenance, but significant funds have been allocated to roadway maintenance for Measure G, but not yet extended, the committee felt that now wasn't the time for this $300,000 request, and they could not support it as the Citizens Revenue Oversight Committee. I'll turn it over to Director Matola to talk a little bit about the components of that $300,000, as well as our schedule and next milestones.
Great. Thank you, Javon. So again, really what we're talking about with the downtown greening and landscaping, the real first phase of this is the feasibility and design work. And so we were asking for $300,000 for an on-call landscape architectural design services. And the breakdown of that 175,000 was for the actual downtown greening, exploring the ability of the trains, the downtown area. It was 75,000 of the 300 we have earmarked for the Posey Park improvements. And then there was another 50,000 set aside for park improvement and rehabilitation projects. At this time, even if we receive the funding, we do not have the staff resources to facilitate the work. And so what you'll see is that we'll probably be coming back at mid-year for the mid-year budget process to try to identify 75 for Posey Park. We have an update coming on that slide, on the next slide. We do need to identify 175 and a funding source for that if we are going to kind of get started with the greening and landscaping of San Mateo. And then we'll also be looking to identify 50,000 for park improvement and rehabilitation projects.
Yeah.
So this should all be coming back in the mid-year.
Yeah, and it's important to note that in the next steps, the $75,000 for Posey Park is first, because the update that we'll give is that it looks like that we will receive a grant in the amount of $200,000. And so that project will likely come off pause. And one of the first expenditures in that project is the on-call landscape architectural services to help with the design of Posey Park. And so as we looked at that $300,000, knowing that there's limited staff resources to begin the work, but realizing that one part of this was to cover some landscape architectural services for our Posey Park project, it's important that that be put ahead in the sequence of the other items. So with that, we'll pause and take questions from members of the City Council. Vice Mayor Medina, I think you had your hand up earlier too.
Yeah, thank you. The earlier hand was for the news racks. I don't think we touched upon that, but it was in the slide, right? The news racks and the update of what's going on with that.
So sure, we can pause. So we talked about initiative 3.1, which was trash receptacles. There's a separate initiative 3.2 for the newspaper racks. That is funded at $300,000. That is anticipated to start in Q3 or Q4 of this fiscal year, and it is on hold pending staff resources to work on that project. And so the staff that will work on this project has been working on the 3.1 project as well as their normal work duties. towards Q3 and Q4, we anticipate them having time to address the newspaper rack project. And so that wasn't captured in the PowerPoint, but a high-level summary of that is on the matrix for item 3.2.
Great, thank you for that. My question about this overall on-call primarily is that would be great to have it all done, a great, well-thought-out plan. My interest is for the trees that are dead, that are in pots, what are we going to do with those for the time being? And how much effort and funding would be necessary for the Genevan entrance to our downtown to have those pots removed and plants put into the ground?
So I don't know that we could give you today a project estimate, but why don't I turn the core of that question to Director Matola?
Yeah, I would agree. That's something that we could easily look into. If it's kind of demo and replacement, we would need to see if that's a scope that we could deal with in-house. Again, it's important to remind you that we have an in-house park maintenance, not a park design division. So depending on the scope, we might be able to come up with some options, but I couldn't give you a cost either at this point without really taking a look at it.
Understood. So where the pots currently are, removing those pots and putting trees into the ground at those locations.
And so you're looking at Genevan and San Mateo?
Just Genevan. There's probably 6 pots on that. But I understand we're short on time, but if staff could look into that, that would be great, because we do the best that we can with the revenues and the funds that we have, and at least doing that part of our entrance to downtown, one of the 3 entrances to downtown, that would say more than what is there currently. That's all.
So can we go to Councilwoman Mason? But before we leave this item, I just want to make sure that if we're modifying any of these strategic initiatives, that we have the concurrence of the full City Council to do so. And then we'll move forward and adjust the strategic initiative as appropriate. Councilwoman Mason?
Yes, I understand that the money may not be there right away. I'm really excited to hear about the $200,000, but I just still want to let everyone know that I have been using this background, and this background I found on a search for Posey Park, and so I just wanted everyone to know the possibilities of what we can get to little by little if we really envision something different. And it's really inviting. It has little posts. It has tables. And so while our $500,000 plan may not get here, I think we can get halfway here and over time add as funds become available. So this is really just an effort to encourage my fellow council members to continue on and continue seeing something greater than we see now, because Posey Park really could be a great gathering place at our train stop. Thank you. Thanks for the work being done on this project.
Councilmember Hamilton?
So going to your specific question around support for doing just the Genevan piece, just those 6 pots, putting them into the ground, because I am supportive of it, and the reason that I am is that it wouldn't interfere with the potential streetscape plan, which is the reason why we couldn't go ahead with it, with replacing any on San Mateo Avenue. I believe there's no underground potential conflicts with stormwater systems or other systems on Genevan, and it seems to be that it would be a quick win. And obviously, and we would expect you to be able to pull the cost of that out of the air. But if it's a reasonable cost and something that we would be able to fit in with staff, would absolutely be supportive of it.
seeing any other hands. I see a hand up from Vice Mayor Medina and a hand up from Councilwoman Mason. Are those hands from earlier or new hands?
Mine's just a clarification request on the item, on the same item on the table.
Go right ahead.
I just was wondering what's the change, because isn't this all part of the landscaping and greening plan eventually?
Right.
Are we just saying that this will be prioritized over the others, but it's still part of the grand plan?
Right. So let me recite it, and Vice Mayor Medina, you corrected. What I'm hearing is to modify the strategic initiative such that we will investigate how much it will cost and what the full effort undertaking, both labor, money, resources, time, to undertake a pot removal and tree planting process on Genevieve from El Camino Real to San Bruno Avenue, and we think there are approximately 6 pots there, and look at replacing those pots with street trees. And so adding that as a new work effort here, as to investigate the cost, time, and resources to do that.
I would alternate that definition as it's a phased approach, that waiting to get everything done typically takes a really long time, and phasing the first part of Genevieve, upon hearing back from staff of what that effort would take, knowing that there are no stormwater conflicts there at those locations, and asking for my colleagues to allow staff to do that. It's not creating a new initiative. It's breaking down an initiative from a really larger phased, comprehensive approach to managing something that hopefully staff can take on, and they'll let us know if they can or they cannot, and how much that will cost. That's what I'm proposing.
Okay.
And if one of my colleagues could say that they agree with it, then we could go ahead and move forward with it. So I'm asking Councilman Salazar, Mayor Medina, or Councilwoman Mason for support.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to know, on the point of this meeting, is it to review these, or is it to add or modify initiatives? City Manager, could you help me with some clarification?
We are facilitating the City Council an update of the strategic initiatives. Should the City Council like to give direction on modification of initiatives, we are happy to take that direction. We have not planned for to go through each of these initiatives and go through a confirmation or modification process. Staff is solely responding to a request by Vice Mayor Medina that this initiative be amended, and Vice Mayor Medina clarified be phased such that there be an effort to look at removal of existing pots and planting of street trees along Genevieve between El Camino Real and San Bruno Avenue. Reacting to that, what I wanted to clarify is that request is supported by the full City Council. Obviously, tonight we can't give a cost nor the time that it would take staff to do that investigation, but we could certainly take that direction should it come from the City Council.
Thank you for the clarification.
So, in the interest of time, is that request supported by council, or should we move on, or Mr. Mayor, how would you like to handle that?
discussion of his colleagues, and I think you've got a majority that would like at least it looked into, and please, colleagues, correct me.
So far, we have two.
So also, I support it as a phased approach and just essentially moving this as a priority within the phases. That's I am fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. Without seeing any additional questions, staff would like to move on to Initiative 4.2, which is an update on Colby Park. And again, I'll turn that over to Community Services Director Matola.
Super. Great. Okay, so we do have a little progress moving forward with Colby Park. We've been actively working with Supervisor Pine's office on a Measure K grant, and we're working on a staff report and forward to the Board of Supervisors. So the $200,000, of course, isn't the cost of the whole project. The build amount that council decided on in our April retreat that we had was $500,000. There's also a need for $75,000 to cover the landscape architect. So we still have $375,000 that's as of yet unidentified. And again, so at this point, we need the resources and staffing and consultants to lead this project. But we're moving forward with the Measure K grant. So then the next milestones are to move this funding approval through with the County Board of Supervisors. And we are working with the timing on when to take it to the Board of Supervisors, because in the report, they want to know that we have the match, the remainder of the project funding identified. So we will be bringing back to council the kind of the gap that we have, the $375,000 that we're looking for at the mid-year budget process. We hope to hire a landscape architect February or March of 2022, and then we'll be going through, we'll create a schedule at that time with design development, review, and construction. Is there any questions on this initiative?
Councilwoman Mason.
No questions. Thank you for the work, and I guess I spoke early. I apologize about the Posey Park project. So I just want to apply my earlier comments to the Posey Park. Thank you so much.
Okay. In the interest of time, not seeing any hands, stop me if I'm wrong. We're going to go to the next one. Centennial Park, again, Director Matola.
Right. So we've been working with a landscape architect currently to evaluate the site and to begin some design concepts. We also have to work a little bit on the uniform cost accounting process and implement that. With this setup, it's going to facilitate our bid process once we get to that, once we actually get a design that we can put out to bid. What also happened, we were working with the architect, we were looking at the site. We just wanted to evaluate the inclusion of the alley that connects from San Mateo Avenue into the back parking lot. And the reason for that is there was a thought that we would go through all of this effort to remedy and to rehab Centennial Plaza, and then you have kind of this incongruous alleyway adjacent to it. So we are taking a look at that to see what type of surface treatments perhaps that we can do in that area to make it more of a cohesive part of this plaza. We anticipate proposals will be ready to review in November, so we can bid the project starting in December and start construction at the top of next year. We believe that once we start construction, it should be about a 90-day project, so hopefully it will be completed in May. I do want to give a little footnote. All this being told, right? We are planning on having our holiday tree lighting at the site, and we're working on getting a really grand tree, so it'll be a beautiful focal point for the downtown this holiday season. So for the next milestones with the project, again, we're finalizing the scope, and that should be finalized by November, so we can take a look at the designs, send this out to bid in December, start construction in early spring of 2022, and have this completed by May or June of next year. Are there any questions on this project, on this initiative?
Council Member Hamilton.
No questions. Just a very quick comment. Very glad to hear that we'll be able to do the tree lighting there this year. I would recommend if assuming that with the design review being ready or completed by November, maybe having a display for folks who come to that about what this park's going to look like next year. That would be exciting to do for our residents. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
In the interest of time, without seeing any hands, okay, Vice Mayor Medina.
Really, really quick, thank you. Tree lighting would be fantastic. And is Santa Claus going to be coming?
I believe we have an in. I believe we can make that happen.
That would be great. With that Santa tracker was really super cool too. So excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay. Item 8.0, Shared City Services. This update is primarily on grant writing, so I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Brazell.
Good evening, Mayor Medina, members of the council. Jennifer Brazell, Assistant City Manager. I'm here to share with you the status update on our RFP for grant writing. We issued an RFP a few weeks ago, October 15th, and our submittals are due November 12th. We are searching for individuals or consultant firms to help us with researching, identifying potential grants, and providing general grant writing services associated with completion and submission of grant application, program administration, and delivery. We are looking for grants for our program delivery areas, economic development, energy efficiency, sustainability, law enforcement technology, fire prevention, housing programs, infrastructure, development, maintenance, information technology, cybersecurity, and a variety of other programs that the city serves. And next slide, please. So the RFP is seeking services for a variety of things. So we're looking for basically funding needs analysis. So the consultant would facilitate meetings with city departments to assess the validity of current funding priority areas, identifying changes in funding priority areas, and then helping staff to identify new priority areas for possible funding. Also grant funding research, conducting research to identify grant resources such as like federal, state, agencies or organizations that support the city's funding needs and priorities. Additionally, this initiative focuses on general grant proposal writing services such as proposal development and then the actual submission of the grant applications on behalf of the city. The individual or firm would support the city in providing timely reports for grants as well as presenting updates to staff, boards, commissions, committees, or to council. And we'll ensure that we're on track with our goals. We ask the selected vendor to provide monthly reports to the city to summarize their time and activities for grant services. What questions can I answer for you? We're looking to award the contract hopefully end of December, early January.
Not seeing any questions, we will go to item 9.2, short-term rentals. And so this effort is being led by actually three departments. One is your city attorney, Mark Zaffarano, because it involves tax collection. The finance department, Ken Yu Sun, and who's the finance director, and the community and economic development department is also involved due to the regulatory framework. So first, why don't I turn it over to City Attorney Mark Zaffarano.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of
the City Council. This project has been a long-term project that has involved several stages. The first stage of which was to evaluate what sort of model should the city implement with respect to tax collection. Should the city attempt to collect tax from the platforms, from all of the hosts, or from a combination of both, depending on the business model of the platforms? The evaluation of those alternatives actually been quite complicated and time-consuming, involving staff, as the city manager said, from both community development and the finance department. And what we have ended up with is, in essence, I would say a partial hybrid model, whereby the city would enter into a voluntary collection agreement with those entities that are willing to provide such agreements, which include Airbnb. And from those entities, the platforms that are not willing to provide those agreements, to find a way to enforce the provisions of our municipal code that we proposed and the City Council adopted a little over a year ago. That was Title III. However, in looking at that, we discovered that some of the hosts some of the platforms have indicated to us that they don't actually cut the tax, that the tax is collected by the host, and therefore we would have to go after all of the individual hosts. That, in turn, led the city down the path of retaining a consultant, HDL, to evaluate how would they go collect the tax from all of the hundreds or if not maybe thousands of hosts in the city. And while the finance department is still evaluating that alternative, in the meantime, we are proceeding forward with a voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb, and also corresponding with the other entities, indicating to them that under our municipal code, they are actually required to collect the tax. They can't just say, oh, the host is doing it. They have an obligation to collect and remit it. So we're not sure how far that's going to go, but we do know that Airbnb is interested in a voluntary collection agreement. We actually just today exchanged sort of the last draft of that agreement. We may have a couple of changes to it, but we anticipate fairly shortly, perhaps even in the next couple of weeks, that we would come to terms on that. We are still waiting for a preliminary and approximate amount of income tax that the city could expect to receive from Airbnb, and we'll of course let you know what that is or what the ballpark is once we receive that information. So with that, I'm going to toss it over to Pamela, who will tell us a little bit about the municipal code, or excuse me, the zoning code, possible amendments that the City Council already reviewed previously. There was some question about whether the code should be amended, for example, to relax some of the regulatory restrictions given staffing and resource levels. But I'll let her and the city manager address those topics.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, City Council, also Mayor. So following up on what Mark is saying, depending on how much we can collect from Airbnb and various platforms, staff will come back to City Council looking at the existing ordinance that has been adopted last year, 2020, regarding the section of the code 12.270, in particular the registration implementation program. So knowing that HDL may charge a hefty service charge for this program, and with the lack of staff wants to come back to council asking any direction to possibly amend the existing registration and implementation program, in particular to do with enforcement and also the annual ongoing registration program and how to enforce it. So staff looking at coming to council possibly in the spring of 2022 with a study session, and then the adoption to follow in maybe possibly quarter 3 of 2022.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Wu. And let me step a little bit on the balcony and just say at a high level what the potential amendments to our regulations are attempted to do is to balance the city's regulatory framework with the impact that short-term rentals are having. As we look into implementing this further, what is clear is that the initial revenue estimate that we had is potentially $100,000 a year. That, based on our current regulatory framework, we may spend every dollar of that and potentially more on the regulatory framework and enforcement. And so it's important for us to take a holistic look. And it's our understanding that when this process was initially talked about and brought up by the City Council, it was looked at as a taxing mechanism for additional revenue. And our current regulatory framework will really cost substantial sums to put together and maintain on an ongoing basis. And so we really want to balance that with the impact that short-term rentals are having in our community and take another look at that. But as the city attorney said, first and foremost, we're moving forward with a voluntary collection agreement, often called the VCA with Airbnb. With regard to the other platforms, we are not the only city that is encountering challenges with other platforms collecting and remitting the tax. Airbnb is the, I would say, preeminent platform that will implement voluntary collection agreements and the ability to require other platforms to do that and potentially take action against them for not doing that is something that is impacting the entire state. And you may recall that there was proposed state legislation that was not passed this year that was going to, at the state level, make it mandatory for platforms to collect and remit to cities. And so we are certainly continuing contact with our state legislators and hope that that comes back. But the first step is entering into the voluntary collection agreement, and then also implementing a platform where hosts that are responsible, whether their platform collects and remits, the host is still responsible for remitting to the city. And so we will be setting up a process where the host can go onto the city's website or go onto our vendor's website and pay their required STR tax. And then thirdly, approaching the city council and really doing that balance test that we talked about between the regulatory and policy framework with regard to STRs because of the implementation cost of that. I want to pause there and take any questions. Okay, not seeing any questions, we will continue forward.
Councilmember Mason has her hand up.
Sorry, I've not seen that. Councilwoman Mason.
Just a quick question about that. So when understanding the complexities of this, when are we looking at again as a target implementation date?
We have a draft of the voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb, and we are looking to implement that beginning in November or December of 2021. And so we will execute that VCA with Airbnb and then move forward on phase 2 and then phase 3. Phase 2 being setting up a process for hosts that utilize another platform to remit to the city, and then taking a holistic look at the regulatory framework and bring that back to the city council.
Great, thank you.
Not seeing any other hands, we will go to Initiative 9.3, Cannabis Regulations and Active Project. This is being led by the Community and Economic Development Department and the City Attorney, and I will turn it over to the City Attorney to begin.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. So this is an initiative that staff has been working on for the last number of months. And it started with the City Council direction to review the possibility of having cannabis dispensaries in commercial cannabis establishments in some areas within the city, likely primarily the downtown or transit corridor area. And that is primarily a land use and zoning issue. We involved community and economic development. They involved a consultant with experience in this. I'll let Pamela talk about that in a moment. But it is important to understand that while this may seem like a simple task, it's actually not that simple. You may know that the California League of Cities, now called CalCities, recently published a comprehensive guide to cannabis. It's on their website. If anybody wants to look at it, it's over 75 pages and talks about all of the legal, regulatory, finance, compliance, and permitting issues that are endemic to the field. So this is a highly regulated industry. It's highly regulated by the state. It's highly taxed by the state. And the city's ordinances need to not only be consistent with those regulations, but there needs to be some policy thought given to where those dispensaries should be located. How many should there be? Should there be, any other sort of zoning regulations? So that's the reason why we're working closely with Community Economic Development and the consultant to come up with that and also determine the appropriate environmental analysis, and then finally determine whether there's any sort of public outreach that is necessary to those locations or to neighbors and neighborhoods in those locations where those dispensaries may be located. So with that, I'll turn it over to Pamela.
Thank you, Mark. So as Mark mentioned, we have retained Layer Logistics, who is a planning consultant. They're also working on a number of other city projects. They have expertise area in the cannabis regulation. They have prepared ordinances for other jurisdictions in the Bay Area. So as Mark mentioned, we're looking at a possible location, knowing that there are restrictions from federal and state with regard to a cannabis establishment, a retail establishment. And this will be an amendment to the local muni code as well as the zoning ordinance. So staff has been working with the planning consultant, basically laying out the map and figuring out, the establishment has to be X feet away from the school, from the church, from this type of use, and then basically do a reverse engineering to figure out where that could happen. We're hoping at the same time, once we figured out a framework to evaluate the environmental analysis that's needed for the zoning code, and we're hoping to turn council for a study session to provide a framework of the regulatory guideline in February of 2022. And essentially, we'll ask council, as Mark mentioned, should we limit the number of these establishments? Maybe not. Should we have a concentrated area? And what sort of an environmental clearance should the city take on or pass on to its developer or the retail establishment? So those are the questions that we are contemplating. This is moving on a rather fast track. So we're actually having a meeting with consultants tomorrow to kind of talk about the overall timeline. And then once ED has a good framework, we'll be working with City Attorney's Office to make sure that the legal documents will come. And once the study session is presented, we'll get direction from City Council and then prepare the necessary code amendment and come back possibly before the end of next year with both the muni code and also the zoning code amendment.
All right. And just one comment from me. I want to make sure that the council understands that there are two critical components of this initiative that I want to confirm. The first of which is that in developing cannabis regulations, we are beginning by starting with cannabis dispensaries, which is the feedback and direction we believe we heard from the City Council around the creation of this initiative, which is begin with something as soon as possible and look toward dispensaries. There were a number of comments from various members of the City Council around other cities and the number of dispensaries that they have, and other cities beginning to allow dispensaries. So we have focused this initiative and the regulations on dispensaries. The second item that through the process that we outlined, I just want to elevate is that we are preparing these regulations to be brought forward to the City Council and for the City Council to adopt it. You will remember approximately a year ago when we were talking about placing a cannabis tax on the ballot, we talked about the city council has an option. The tax has to be approved by voters, and the regulations can be approved by the city council or by voters. We are focusing this project, and we believe, based on council feedback and direction that we want to confirm, to focus on retail and prepare regulations that the city council will enact. And that is the process that we're following. And so, unless I hear from the city council tonight that we should adjust that approach, we'll continue. Councilmember Hamilton.
That is the approach that I understand. So I wouldn't support changing that. My question has to do with, so when we get to the January-March timeframe, we start to have study sessions. So will those be designed as public forums to allow residents to come and give feedback on the zoning piece of it, or because I'm assuming we'll want to have resident feedback on the decisions on where we will allow it?
I believe it'll be designed as a public meeting, not a public hearing, where input from the community is definitely welcome.
Great.
And if I may, I'm sorry, City Manager and Mr. Hamilton, Councilmember Hamilton. The object is to go to the City Council for that study session first to receive direction and public comment. And because these are zoning ordinances, they'll go back to the Planning Commission. So there'll be yet another opportunity for commentary at the Planning Commission. And then finally, those ordinance amendments will come back to the City Council for introduction and adoption. And when we do that last stage of it, we'll also bring back any amendments or repeal that we need of the city's current municipal codes, which currently prohibit cannabis dispensaries for both medical and commercial reasons. So just to have a complete package for you.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions, we will continue with the study session. So the next item in our study session, and we have approximately 40 minutes to do that, or 37 minutes, is to talk about items that are related to the November 2022 ballot, both your current initiatives or any proposed new ideas. And there are some that have been mentioned that are on here. So why don't we begin? So the goal of this discussion, and we're going to facilitate it with council, so this is truly the city council having a discussion and providing direction, is to decide what's on our plate, right? What's on staff's plate to analyze and bring back to the city council for possible inclusion in the November 22 ballot. Again, you are not making the decision if you say, look into X ballot measure or Y tax, that's going to be on the ballot. You're simply deciding the direction for staff to do work to bring back to you. The city council's final decision to place items on the November 22 ballot, we have planned for that to occur in July of 2022. That month is important because what you'll see on a subsequent calendar is August 12th is the date that we are required to submit any resolutions to the city, to the county for any ballot measures, and that's 88 days away from the election. And so what you say tonight will really set the course for roughly a 9-month process for us to undertake work on ballot initiatives. And know that will likely involve voter polling, various study sessions with the city council to review information and make decisions about those specific ballot measures. And again, the goal of the items we're going to talk about is not to talk about the actual merits of the individual items, but really for council to decide should staff do work on that to potentially bring them back. Many of these items have a lot of questions and data that you need to receive, make an informed decision on putting them on the ballot. But we really want to know what's on the plate. And so there are, as we said before, 3 potential ballot items in your existing strategic initiatives. They can be, we'll talk shortly about, two ballot questions. So 9.1 is the city charter development and a commercial property transfer tax. There's an example to do that in one integrated measure where you have the charter and the commercial property transfer tax as one ballot question. And then we talked about stormwater funding. And so now, why don't I pause here and turn it over to the city clerk to talk really briefly about our calendar for ballot questions. And so this is a calendar that is essentially set up backing up from the dates that are required, that we have to submit items to the city to the county. And really, the first one is going to begin with various study sessions that we will have during the months of January to March as we further look into and refine the potential ballot questions we're looking at. But the dates that follow are dates that we're targeting to hit based on that calendar. So, City Clerk Thurman, would you go through these at a high level, the dates?
Yes, so this specific calendar here was created for the possible inclusion of a charter, a city charter ballot on the November 8th, 2022 ballot. November 8th, 2022 is the election date for next year. The numbers you see underneath the dates on the left, E-169, E-148, what that means is those are, let's say, May 3rd, 2022. That is 169 days before that November 8th election date. So it's basically counting away from that election date. And so we have it marked because that's how it's marked in the elections code. So for the first part of the city charter, the city would recommend holding study sessions in the beginning part of 2022 between the time of January to in March, just so that we can start the preliminary discussion around potentially putting a charter on the ballot. And then we would have to publish a first public hearing notice no later than May 3rd, 2022. We can't publish it any further than 169 days before the election. So we can't go 170 days, 171. It has to be by 169. So for that, we would recommend having our first publication date is May 3rd, 2022. And then we have to have 21 days of that notice to be put out before we can hold our first public hearing. That's why you'll see the next column, public hearing number 1. That recommended meeting date is May 24th, 2022. And that is a regular city council date. The next publication, we do need to have a second public hearing. That publication also requires 21 days notice. And we recommend that publication date as June 7th, 2022. And it can be no later than 139 days before the election. And then the public hearing date for that second public hearing we are recommending is June 28th, which meets the 21-day notice requirement, but then an added requirement that it be held at least 30 days after that first public hearing was held on May 24th. So May 24th to June 28th, we are covered in that 30-day timeline, while also being covered in the 21-day noticing timeline. And then, of course, we do have the adoption of the resolution, as Jovan mentioned, the San Mateo County elections, and the state does require that this is the date, 88 days before the election, that all ballot measures have an adoption calling for the election, and to place them on the November 8th ballot. So whatever ballots we are placing on the November ballot, we have to have a resolution adopted and sent to the county no later than August 12th, 2022. So that's very important because I wouldn't recommend we hold a meeting on August 12th to discuss putting something on the ballot, because then that means that we've already passed the 5 p.m. deadline to get that item to the county on time. So we always recommend to have some wiggle room there so that we can get resolutions signed, everything. We need all of our paper and our ducks in a row to get to the county. So that is why we are recommending a regular city council meeting date of July 26th, 2022 to have those resolutions be heard and adopted. That's not common. We typically in San Bruno do have the second meeting in July on the even year, the date of when we bring items to calling the election for the county. So that's very typical. And then, of course, the election date will be held on November 8th, 2022, and any ballots that we have adopted per resolution will be placed on those ballots for San Bruno votes.
Okay. Moving on to the next slide, I will turn that over to the city attorney. And this is with regard to the city charter and commercial real property transfer tax ballot options. And so there are two options for the city council.
Yes, thank you, Devon. So just very briefly, there are two options. You see them on the screen. So you can have, you can place a measure on for the city charter and measure on for the commercial property transfer tax. I want to pause for just a moment to indicate, just to make sure it's clear, that when the voters vote on a charter, the charter has to be before the voters. In other words, the charter is not effective unless the voters vote on the actual document that is presented to them. So that document has to be completed, it has to be finalized, it will be finalized if the city council elects to move forward by the time the resolution is adopted. So you're asking the voters, do you want to adopt this charter as it is currently constituted? Separately, you can certainly place a tax on the ballot. You can place a variety of taxes on. The point of the charter, or if the point of the charter, is to allow the implementation of a real property transfer tax, you could do it two ways, and those are the two options. Either have it done as two ballot measures or have it done in an integrated way. And we can talk a little bit about what the pros and cons of that are, but very briefly, if you have two ballot measures, then you risk the problem of one of the things being adopted and not the other being adopted. Obviously, the tax cannot be adopted unless the charter is adopted, but conversely, voters could adopt the charter and not the tax. So in order to mitigate that problem, the city of El Cerrito determined that it would be best to have those two measures be integrated. In other words, you're adopting the charter, which includes the commercial real property transfer tax. The charter includes all of the details of what that tax is going to encompass, who's going to be taxed at what rate. So you're doing it all at once, and either all passes or it all fails, and you may have to come back and try again. So in El Cerrito, that was really the primary purpose. I would say virtually the only purpose of that charter was to adopt and collect that tax. So we also do know from looking at the materials in El Cerrito, and you're welcome to review them. They're all online as well. They did perform polling around the city charter. In El Cerrito, the city council did appoint a charter commission. That is one of the several alternatives that the city council could do. You in San Bruno, the city council, may decide that you want to propose the charter. But in El Cerrito, there were various reasons, policy reasons and otherwise, why the city council thought it best to have an independent charter commission to work on that charter. However, that process takes much longer and is much more complicated. There's a lot of meetings. There were sort of dozens of additional things that needed to be done. So it would certainly be my professional recommendation that if you do want to put this on the ballot in November, do so quickly and do so simply, that the way to go would be to emulate pretty much what El Cerrito did, but to have the city council draft the charter, place it on the ballot, and do so with integrated tax questions.
In addition, if anyone looks up the El Cerrito process, their transfer tax was both for residential and commercial. Ours, based on the city council's prior express intent, would only be for commercial. So I just want to make that clear. And so we'll come back to this, and I'm going to get through this, the last couple slides in this presentation. So the other question is, should there be a stormwater funding ballot question on the November 2022 ballot? And as we all know, flooding can happen anywhere in our city. And we talked before about a potential stormwater ballot question, and the City Council committed to return to that question in October, which it is. And so the question is, should we look into a capital infrastructure bond? Should we look into a parcel tax or some other structure to provide funding for our stormwater system? I know the City Council knows all of this, and so we won't go into it in detail, but we all know that much of San Bruno's stormwater system dates back to the 1900s. We skipped ahead. Dates back to the 1900s. The fee has not changed for 27 years and was last updated in 1994. We performed a study, a master plan in 2014, and we knew at that point that there were capacity improvements of $30 million. And we're also estimating stormwater condition improvements of another $22.9 million. And there are new regional permit requirements that will require additional funds to be expended. None of these costs we have the ability to fund. We had a $1 million shortfall in our stormwater system when we began adopting our budget for this year after our prior measure failed. And so City Council knows that we undertook a Prop 218 property owner election in 2021. That ballot measure received a 64% disapproval. It sought to increase the median fee on a single-family home by $9 a month in order to recover enough funds to cover both maintenance and capital maintenance and operations, as well as capital expenditures, which the system currently does not have the funds to do. And so we know that even though residents voted not in favor of that prior measure, for whatever reason, right? If there was the COVID-19 recession, we're in drought, and various other issues. But we know our residents want their public infrastructure maintained. As a city, we committed to identifying a solution. And earlier this year, the City Council committed to revisit this question. And we all know that continuing the status quo means that San Bruno's stormwater system will continue to experience flooding and heavy rain events. And we need no example other than this past Sunday. And all these pictures here were taken from this past Sunday, where we had flooding in various parts of San Bruno. A lot of these are near 7th Avenue and on San Bruno Avenue. But there was flooding throughout the city and significant impacts. And in this one storm, which was, as we all know, the wettest storm on record in October, our stormwater system here in San Bruno was once again reached its limits. And so we had very real and significant impacts due to capacity, age, tidal issues, but various stormwater challenges that we all know are sort of ever present in San Bruno. And so there are potential ballot, and there are potential other things that have been mentioned by the City Council. There may be more, but we wanted to put up a few others just because wanted to make an important note that members of the City Council have talked about elected official term limits, alternative voting methods, and potentially a rotational mayor. Just wanted to point out that all of those are factors of the city charter. And so while they could be on ballot separate potentially, they would all go into a city charter. They don't have to go into the city charter. They could be separate ballot questions. But it's important to note that any changes in either of those three would go into the city charter. There's also been conversations with regard to an increase in the gambling cup table tax. I have been asked that question by several council members to look into the amount of revenue that the city of San Bruno receives compared to other cities. That work has not been done. It is something that, irrespective of questions from council members, it is something that I have asked staff to look into as a comparison. We know this year, just that on an overall note, our structure is based on a table tax, not on a revenue. And so we know that our revenue did not decline for our gambling clubs that we receive from our gambling clubs, or some of our neighbors that have clubs. Their revenue, their tax is based on a gross revenue model, and so they did see a decrease. So there's both questions of the structure as well as the amount. And again, should the city council want staff to look into it, we will do that, and any decisions will be made later. And the question is, are there others that the city council would like to discuss? And so really that's where we end tonight with this question, which is, what are those potential items that the city council would like staff to work on and bring back to you for further consideration? We know that there are 3 that are in your current strategic initiatives. And then there's the potential increase in the gambling club table tax, rotational mayor, elected official term limits, alternative voting methods, which the city council directed staff to schedule a presentation for, or other. The blue right now is on our work plan, and we are certainly working on, and we'll certainly prepare the information in a timely fashion so you can make the decision to put it on the November ballot. But should there be direction to put any of the ones in green or others on, we really need that direction so that we can appropriately adjust staff time and our internal work effort so we can align to the required election schedule. With that, the last slide is on questions, but again, the final decision on putting anything on the ballot will not occur until July 2022. The last slide is questions. I'll leave it here and take questions from the city council.
Through the mayor.
City manager was facilitating, but please, Councilmember Hamilton, thank you.
Sure. So I'll hold my. I have some thoughts, but we're asking specifically for questions. The one question that I have would be potentially if we were going to go to the ballot for stormwater, whether that be a bond or whatever. I would assume, as with any potential ballot measure of that type, that we would do polling beforehand before making the decision. Would that be part of the plan?
Absolutely. I should have said that, repeated that we would absolutely advise on polling for any ballot measures the city council would want to consider. And so we would put together similar to how we've done in prior years, put together a polling firm and undertake polling on various sort of, not only the question, but various components of the item.
Got it. All right. Thank you. I'll hold my comments and on direction until after everyone's got questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Medina. You're on mute, Marty.
One more button to push. I apologize for that. Thank you, City Manager Grogan and staff. Our city continues to have a lot of needs, and those revenues that we need to increase in order to pay for them. Make sure I clarify. I really don't have a question. I'm just ready to add what I'm willing to go forward with this slide here. So I just wanted to make sure if anybody had any other questions, they can go ahead and go. But I'm ready to start, okay. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I had one question. One is on the increased table tax. So currently, there's already in the municipal code, it states the range based on the number of tables, and there's an annual increase that occurs every year. So how does that play into it, since there's already a set methodology as well as an annual increase. And as it was alluded to by the city manager, during the COVID and the shutdown, we received everything that the city billed, even when they were closed, for 40% of the year. So not sure if that would, what say do they have? Because I would say, well, hold on now. So anyway, just verify that I'm correct in my statements, and I'm trying to figure out how all that would equate.
You're absolutely correct, Mayor Medina, in your statement. There's currently a gambling club table tax in the city's municipal code. There is a rate per table, and it does increase annually by an inflationary factor. And because it is a table tax and our local gambling club did not change their number of tables during COVID-19, we received the entire amount of tables that they are authorized for, whether the club was open or closed. With regard to any changes to that, the city council does have the option to put a measure on the ballot to adjust the amount of that tax or make any changes to the structure of that tax. And so it's my understanding that the question around potentially increasing it has to do with adjusting the rate.
Thank you. Councilmember Mason?
Thank you. So my question is, are we going to go around so that every council member has an opportunity to just go down the list, or how exactly would you like this so that every council member is heard on the issues?
Well, as the Vice Mayor said, he was looking for any questions, and I had a question, so I went ahead and I was seeing no other hands for that. So unless there's a question.
Yeah, so my question is, do you need a consensus of 3, or can we go around so that everybody speaks on all of the issues?
I think everybody should have a turn to speak to what they wish. I do want to let us know that it's coming on 6:50, so our time is somewhat limited. And city manager as a backup, what happens if we find ourselves up against the call?
We can return to this at a later date. Should we not receive any direction, staff will continue with the items in blue that are shown here, which are part of your existing initiatives.
Okay, so we'll start, and we'll do as best we can. I do want to give us a couple minutes to switch over if possible, right? Just to make sure we're all set up and ready to go. Councilmember Hamilton, thank you.
Okay, so starting with the conversation with the city charter, I think it does make sense to go with single ballot measure with one charter amendment on it, which would be the commercial transfer tax. So for that reason, I would want to put off the alternate voting methods, term limits, and rotational mayor, because those would if those were on the ballot, then those would be competing questions with the charter itself. And I think those are things that we can revisit at the next election. And regarding the table tax, I'm really of two minds of it, and I'm going to wait to hear what other people have to say about that one, to be completely honest. So those are my comments.
Thank you for keeping them concise. Appreciate it. Councilmember Mason.
Yeah, I'm going to start by saying that I think if we are looking at a successful stormwater funding measure, taxpayers, including myself, are going to want to know that we've gone everywhere we can before we come to my particular pocket. And so I do think it's really important that we look at all the initiatives on here. So I'll just go down the list. I think the city charter with a commercial tax. I agree with Councilmember Hamilton. And okay, go on now, Dad. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. So the city charger with the commercial tax will be a yes for me. The stormwater funding measure, yes for me. The increased gambling club table tax, yes, comparing to other gambling or card houses within the area. Our numbers are very different, so while this may have been a good year for us because of the way that the tax is set up. It doesn't appear to be that way on a year-to-year basis when I compare to other courthouses. So we're not approving this to be on ballot right now. We are only saying go and get some more information and bring it back to us. And I do think it's worth staff's time to determine whether this is a viable measure, given that we're going to be asking potentially taxpayers to go into their pockets and potentially pay for some stormwater. So yes, on the increased table tax. Alternative voting method, I'm not ready. I did initiate the conversation at the last meeting, but as I said before, I think we need more information on it before looking to move further. So no need to work on that until we have a presentation, so it'll likely have to wait another year. Term limits, if they can be separate on the ballot from the charter, I do think it's worth just exploring. I don't imagine it would take a lot of staff for that one, or rotational mayor, again, as separate ballot measures, but not part of the city charter with the commercial tax. Same with the rotating mayor. And then I just do want to mention, as we go down with the other items and with the other council members, there was a request also for campaign contribution limits, and that wasn't brought up as part of this conversation. I apologize for not bringing it up earlier. But I would also support any research to be done on campaign contribution limits. And, hopefully the other council members do support the city charter with commercial tax, because as we keep selling these buildings, we're looking at almost $1 million of revenue already lost to the city. So for anybody watching in the public, just know this is not a residential tax. This is a commercial tax, and the city is losing substantial amounts of money. Thank you.
Councilmember Mason, because I was taking notes, yes on the gaming to look into, no at the alternative voting, yes on the elected official term limit, sorry, and rotational mayor, yes, but not part of the charter, but also you want the single charter, right? Did I grab that right?
No, so the city charter with the commercial tax,
right.
Yes. The stormwater, yes. The increased gambling club tax, yes. And elected official term limits, yes. Rotational mayor, yes. And also request looking into the campaign contributions. I know it's a lot, but again, we're asking staff to look into something and bring it back, and then make a determination.
Just wanted to clarify. Vice Mayor Medina.
Through the mayor, real fast. I didn't mention one way or the other on stormwater, and so I was yes for stormwater.
Thank you very much for clarifying. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Try to be brief here, keeping the city charter with the commercial property tax, and noting that JCPenney's was sold to a developer for $105 million. 1% of that would have been $1 million that the city had lost on one sale. So I'm in favor of a city charter combined with the property tax for commercial only. Knowing that our stormwater lost with big numbers, I'm in favor of staff proceeding with some type of response until knowing what that response is. I can't say whether I'm going to be in favor of putting it on the ballot, but by all means continue looking at methods. As for looking at investigating gambling club table tax, it's always okay to do research on what other cities are doing and how to add revenues to our city. Alternative voting methods, no for the time being. We're waiting for a presentation from them anyhow. I'm in favor of term limits. I'm in favor of a rotational mayor. I'm in favor of campaign limit contributions. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Salazar?
I would say stormwater funding is absolutely my priority. But, we do have some data from the previous attempt at getting this funded, and I don't recall that we ever got the analysis that we requested in terms of why the vote failed or any kind of speculation on what we could do differently, if there would be more support if we excluded commercial property owners. And so I would definitely want to see that before we go too far down the road of trying to put it back on the ballot. going that route. I'm rather indifferent to the city charter, but being that the commercial property tax is only possible if that goes through, I am in favor of looking into that as well. And everything else I would say is not compelling at this time.
Okay, thank you. And for me, I'm going to go kind of what Mr. Salazar, Mr. Hamilton said. I think we've all concurred that commercial tax for charter is a go. I've heard that from everyone. I've heard that stormwater is a go. I did hear with some data and information. Of course, nothing's defined. Let's see. On the, there was another, campaign finance reform. So I'm sorry, I don't want to forget that. There were two that I heard did say that. I am not at this time. Rotational mayor or elected, alternative voting, or the gambling tax. I'm not. I know we have items that I think are going to be very important to get on and focus and not confuse. On the gaming tax too, if you want to look at countywide, much looking statewide, there's very little to look to, and we know how their methodology works. But anyway, I wanted to make it brief. Mr. Hamilton, I did want to circle back to you because you were on the gambling club tax.
Yeah, so I am in favor of looking into it, and getting a report on there so we can make a decision there. I just want to clarify through the city manager for the alternate voting methods. It's still a no for that one, but for the term limits and the rotational mayor, those would have to be part of a charter or not, or would they not? Or can they be done separately while we still have a charter while having a charter on the ballot?
So we need to look into that. I think there are a few questions embedded in your question. One is, on one ballot, can we have a city charter and have a separate ballot question that would amend that charter if adopted? We need to answer that question. With regard to can a rotational mayor be done with the city charter by itself? That's a complicated question, but the answer is yes and no. If we're doing a charter, how you elect your mayor needs to be in the charter. And then if we're not, then we can change Measure F. And so a number of these have interplay. But we can research all of those. What we're really looking for direction from council is sort of what's on the plate for us to look into. And we can do a quick recap. If we've gone through all council members, just to make sure that we're leaving here with a clear understanding. I think it's a resounding yes for staff to proceed with analysis on a city charter in one integrated measure with a commercial property transfer tax. It's a resounding yes to look into potential stormwater funding measures, but bring back additional information about that, as well as the demographic information of the prior vote. With regard to alternative voting, I thought I heard a resounding no to that. With regard to looking into data on our gambling club revenue compared to other cities, I thought I heard 3 yeses on that, but I want to confirm. So Tom is shaking his head. I heard a yes from Tom, a yes from Linda, and a yes from Marty. With regard to elected official term limits, I believe I heard 3 yeses on that. Councilmember Hamilton, Councilwoman Mason, and Vice Mayor Medina. Is that to look into the potentiality of doing that on November 22?
Yes, I want to be clear though that if it affects the charter, then a no. So,
okay, fair.
So that question is still open. So I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, so look into it, but understanding that if it has to be combined on the same ballot question with the charter, Councilmember Hamilton is likely a no. And looking into rotational mayor, I think that there were 3 affirmatives: Hamilton, Mason, and Vice Mayor Medina.
I was the same answer for me on. Same
answer for that. Okay. So I think we have clear direction on these, but Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm sorry to cut it short. I want to adjourn this meeting because we have to be off this meeting for others to get in. And
one last thing, I'll be very fast.
there's some emails being asked if the meeting's been canceled at 7. Please, council member.
Campaign finance. We didn't talk about that one, and that wasn't an option when I voted. I'm a yes for that one. That makes 3. Thank you.
Thank you for clarity.
So that's 3 yeses for campaign finance, Hamilton, Mason, Vice Mayor Medina.
Okay.
Again, all of these are staff looking into, not making a decision whether it's on the ballot. Thank you.
Fair statement. We're going to adjourn. We'll see you in just a second. Understood. Thank you for letting me know.
A nice background.
Very nice background, Mr. Mayor.
Wow. I thought I would change it up.
Makes me want to jump in.
That is nice.
City Clerk, you let me know when we're ready.
Will do. Okay, Mayor, we are ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your patience. We had a special meeting of the City Council that was at 5, and it ran a couple minutes over. So we do apologize, but we do want to go ahead this evening and call the regular City Council meeting of October the 26th, 7 o'clock to order. And I would ask our City Clerk if we could take roll, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Hi. Here.
Councilmember...
Sorry.
Councilmember Mason?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina?
Here.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Here. And I appreciate, and our Vice Mayor was kind enough and will be kind enough to lead us in the pledge this evening.
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. Let's move on to item 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Individuals be allowed up to 3 minutes. It is the council policy to refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matter not agendized pursuant to state law. There are members of the public that wish to speak on items that are not on the council agenda for this evening. If you could please raise your virtual hand, and we will go ahead and have the city clerk bring you into the room. Just give a second. See if anybody wishing. Not seeing any hands at this time. And of course, I know our city clerk will always stop me if I've overlooked. We'll move on to item number 4, which is announcements and presentations. First item, donate new or gently used coats for adults and children now through November the 1st. This is thank you to Recology for helping to keep San Bruno families warm this winter. Donations can be dropped off at San Bruno City Hall, San Bruno Library, Delta Creek Condominium Association, and San Bruno Intro Real Estate, which is located at 180 El Camino Real. And so this is a program that has been ongoing, and even through last year in COVID times, we appreciate taking care of that as well. Item B, receive presentation from Peninsula Humane Society and SPCA on animal control services provided to our city and throughout San Mateo County. And we've just seen the president of the Peninsula Humane Society and the SPCA. Very happy to have you here and welcome. And thank you for, I think you're still at the office, so thank you for staying with us. And I will now please turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. It's very nice to be with you, and I appreciate the invitation to speak with you tonight. I have a presentation. I'm going to share my screen here. I think you all can see that. Hopefully you can see that. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, that's good.
You are? Great. Okay. Well, what I thought I would do is just spend a couple of minutes in talking about myself and PHS at a high level, and then sort of talk about the services that we provide to the county and to the cities in the county. So I am approaching my first year here. November 1st will be my first year. I had gray hair before I came into the job, so just to assure you that I didn't gain gray hair in the last year coming here. But you know, I grew up with a father who loved animals, and I'd lived in the country near the Blue Ridge Mountains, and we had all kinds of animals growing up. And I escaped to the Rocky Mountains to college and back to the South to Wake Forest for law school. Never practiced law, but it's a great education to have for anything that you do later in life. But I've spent the bulk of my career in nonprofits and foundations, and that is in the last 15 years working as a consultant with nonprofit organizations. And so when the board asked me to consider thinking about this role, they said, we want someone who understands how organizations work. We've got plenty experts, and I have to agree with that, in the organizations around animal welfare and taking care of cats and dogs and other animals, but we need someone who understands how to run an organization. So I have come into this organization as a steward. I didn't come in here to change. I came to respect what we do and to hopefully enhance what we do here. So one of the first things I did when I came to PHS was to look through the historical archives. And we go back to 1950. And I read every article that was written about PHS and the work that PHS has done over the years. And we are deeply rooted in this community. The old building, I'm sure that some of you went into that building or passed by the old building at Coyote Point before the new one was built. That was built in 1952. It was state-of-the-art in 1952. But over the 65 or so years that it was standing, it had become fairly unusable for our services. And so we're grateful to have a new building, a relatively new building that we moved into in March of 2020. So we are the local organization that takes care of all the animals in this community. And so I say that we are the community's partner in caring for the animals that come into our shelter. 3 locations, Coyote Point Shelter, and I would invite all of you to come. If you would like a tour, let me know. We'd be happy to host you and show you this building. The Tom and Atlanto Center, where I am here in Burlingame, and we have our resale shop, Pick of the Litter, in downtown Burlingame. Also encourage you to go by and spend a few dollars at Pick of the Litter when you have a chance. So we spent, soon after I came in, the RFP for the contract was issued, and I spent the first 3 or 4 months in this role working with my team here and the county and a number of city managers, including City Manager Grogan, on developing a new contract. And what I have on this slide in there are, I can send you more details, but I wanted to highlight the areas that we get the most calls about, and particularly in priority one, where there's an aggressive dog that is threatening a person or another animal, either domestic or wild animal. We often get requests, calls from public safety agencies to provide immediate assistance. And if they're involved in a situation and there's an animal in the home or in the place that's in that situation as well, we will respond immediately. If there's a dog that has bitten another animal or another human, there's been some sort of injury to the animal, we'll respond within an hour. And then we get a number of calls about rescues of domestic and wild animals. And the final point here, which I believe, talking to the city manager, that we've gotten some calls from San Bruno regarding mountain lions. And so we work in coordination with the public safety officers who are on scene and Fish and Wildlife to capture the wild animal if it's threatening to someone. So those are the priorities that we spend a great deal of time working through, getting clear where the need was, and we will respond within an hour to all of those. And then there are 4 other priorities, as you can see on this slide. Priority 2 will respond within 4 hours to a sick domestic or wild animal or an animal that's been confined to the home or in some other place. And priority 3, the longer period of time, up to 18 hours, to respond to animals that are running at large. They're not confined. They're just not running around in the street. Or if there's a dead animal that we get a number of calls about, or if there are animal bite quarantines where the animal has been or needs to be quarantined after there's been a report of a bite. And then within 24 hours, if there are stray dogs, that will come out and patrol the area in search of the stray animal. And if an animal is being relinquished, someone calls and says that they want to give up the animal, we'll go and pick up the animal and bring the animal back to the shelter. And then if there are no other, if there are no calls in the preceding priorities, then our officers will patrol the city parks and neighborhoods. Are there any questions about any of those? I just sort of ran through them rather quickly.
If you don't mind going through the entire presentation, and then we'll take questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Terrific. Okay. And then in addition to the services that are provided under the previous priorities, we have services that are provided through the shelter. We are open every day of the year, 24 hours a day. And so we will have people come in at all hours of the day or night, and they pick up a lost or abandoned animal and bring them in. And so we will have staff there to receive those animals. The shelter is open at times when we believe people are able to make it during the lunch hour or right after work, so 11 to 7, 11 to 6 on the weekends. And we try to accommodate as many people as we can through the shelter. We also have animal care technicians who are there 24 hours every day of the week to make sure that the animals are cared for. Animals can't take care of themselves, so they need someone to or people to look after them, to feed them, to clean up after them. So we do that round the clock. And then we have a team of veterinarians that provide medical care to animals that often come in to us that are sick or injured, and so they provide immediate care. Lost and found information, we provide information over the phone, internet, in person to people who report that their pet has been lost. And then we provide sheltering for animals that that are in protective custody. If there's a family that's involved in domestic violence, or there's been an accusation of abuse of the animal, we will take that animal in while the legal system, the criminal justice system, works its way through. And then we issue cat and dog licenses for the city, and we collect those fees and send them on to the county, and we provide euthanasia services. We often have people who call us and say that their animal has reached a point where they're either too sick or too old and to live on, and they want to euthanize the animal, and we will do that for a very small fee. And then we also have vaccination clinics for the residents of the county. One of the areas that we get involved in every year when there are disasters, we are called upon by the county to help assist in those disasters. And so we have volunteers and we have staff who are trained up, and we have trailers that we outfit. And when we're called, we're able to call up our volunteers and staff at a moment's notice and then go respond. And then every year, the county has disaster preparedness training that we participate in as well. In addition to these, the services provided under the Animal Services Agreement, I wanted to just highlight some of the services that our donors provide that complement the services through the contract. So we have humane investigators. We conduct hundreds of investigations throughout the year, and often many of those are forwarded on to the district attorney's office for prosecution. Here at the Lantos Center, we have a team of adoption counselors, and this is where adoptions take place. Our spay and neuter clinic, which is solely privately funded, is located in the Coyote Point shelter, and we provide spay and neuter surgeries there. We have here a wildlife care center. We have thousands of animals that are brought in by citizens who see an injured squirrel or an injured bird, and they bring them in, and we take care of those. And we have over 1,200 volunteers who help us get the work done. We couldn't make it without the volunteers who come from throughout the county. And many of them come in to Coyote Point to work here at the Lantos Center at the pick of the litter, and some are fosters. They foster dogs and cats in their home. We also provide humane education. We run a number of camps during the summer. This past summer, we ran 6 or 8, I believe, in person. We went back to in-person camps for 10 to 12 young kids per camp. and it provides an opportunity for them to learn all about caring for animals. And so we have staff who bring in their pets, volunteers who bring in their pets, and talk about their animals. And we have dog training classes here at Lantos. We have an animal behavior staff. They answer questions by phone, online. We have a class going on right now downstairs. So several nights a week we provide training classes for owners. And one of the programs that I was recently introduced to, the TAILS program in partnership with the Sheriff's Department, where we provide dogs to the Sheriff's Department, and the inmates will care for them for a period of 8 weeks, and they train them. And our staff go in once a week and train the inmates on how to deal with certain behavior issues, and we have a graduation at the end of that time. The sheriff is extremely proud of this program, and we had a graduation a few weeks ago, and we this week sent over 4 new dogs to the jail to be cared for by the inmates. So that is that's PHS in a nutshell. And I will say I didn't put my phone number or email on here, but I am available to you at any time that you have questions. Feel free to give me a call. The main number here is 340-7022. I'm at extension 309. So I'd be happy to take your call anytime. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for taking the time and for being here, and I appreciate the update presentation. Are there any questions from my colleagues at this time? Councilmember Hamilton.
So no questions, just a couple of comments. I just want to say thank you for the presentation and for the critical work that you and your organization do for our city and for our county. I visit the Lantos Center on Rollins Road many, many times with my kids. We adopted our cat from there. We took dog training class there. We brought injured birds into the Wildlife Care Center. I encourage everybody watching to please pay a visit and take advantage of the many services we've heard about tonight, especially if you're considering adopting a pet. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any other questions from colleagues? Okay. With that, please, again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. And please go home and relax.
Thank you. I hope you all have a good night. I have my little Zoe in the corner here. She's not awake. I was hoping that I could introduce her to you all. Maybe some other time. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Appreciate it. With that, we'll move on to our next presentation, which is a receive the presentation on the city's new agenda management system. And for that, we're going to turn it over to our city clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Melissa Thurman. I am your city clerk. And I wanted to introduce this item. In 2019, early 2019, I began looking into agenda management solutions for the city. We currently have none. We basically take a Word document and I convert it to a PDF, and then I pack it all together, and it takes quite a while, but I've gotten really good at it. But still, it's not something that is really efficient, and it takes a lot of time to put a packet together, especially if they're over 1,000 pages. And so I was trying to find ways that will help expedite the process for the city and for future clerks and for future employees, so that everybody's not having to stay at their desk and work on a Word document. And so I had several demos with agenda management companies, and the IT staff that was with me, Paul Vella, and at the time Steve Messick, who reviewed these demos, by far we all agreed that PrimeGov was the best solution. And I reached out to Joshua Herney, and he is going to be presenting for us tonight, but for just under $16,000, we were able to find a really great solution for the city. PrimeGov has been fantastic. I've been working with them weekly since 2020, I don't even remember now, it's been a while. on building us a great platform. And we are now at the final stage where November 9th, we will be producing an agenda for the first time using this agenda management system. And Mr. Herney is going to explain to you tonight what the public can expect to see on our website moving forward, the cleaned up version that they will present to us as far as our agendas, and also our committees and boards and commissions and the streamlining that we will have with applying to serve on those. So Joshua, take it away.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Council. Really honored to be here. I live over in Alameda, so practically a neighbor to, native to the Bay Area. Just really quick introduction about PrimeGov. So PrimeGov, while we are a relatively new company, about 6 years old, our management team actually did us at another company before. And so we really have the most experience in the industry, so more than 20 plus years experience. And, we have a number of clients in, our strongest client base is really in California. We have quite a few clients here in the Bay Area, San Mateo, and in the peninsula in particular, so City of San Mateo, Santa Clara County, Atherton recently signed up with us, and so really excited to have Bruno. And essentially what we've done is we've created a one-stop shop for the public to find both information about your meetings, such as agendas, videos, that sort of thing, but then also about committees, committee members, and I'm going to show you that here in just one second. The idea behind this really, and Melissa's really been a champion with this, also she's president of the California Clerks Association, so really I'd like to give my hats off to Melissa because she's really a leader in this area, is not only making the information available to the public, but making it available to them in an easy-to-find way, and then increasing accessibility. And so I'm going to show you some of that here. So as I had mentioned, all of your information now, or will be as of early next month, will be available in one place. And so, for example, if a member of the public was interested in a board or a commission, they could come in and they could read the profile of the committee. They could click here and find out information, who the members are. This allows them to comply with the MATI Act, and all this there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes to automate this process for you, but it does make compliance with things like the Brown Act and the MATI Act much easier. If there are any, they can then look to see if there are any vacancies on this meeting. If there is a vacancy, they can just go ahead and click this apply button, and it's going to open an online application. Currently, people have to fill out a paper application and scan it or drop it off. And so this is one example of making the committees, the boards and committees more accessible, especially to different demographics who may be more focused on, web interactions and that sort of thing. So they could come in, they could fill out this information. Some of the nice features are they can just type in their name and it will add their signature. They can also just upload a resume. So things like that to make it really easy for people to apply to the various boards and commissions. And then if they, before applying, if they wanted to see what had happened at the most recent meeting, they could just click on this tab and then they would pull up the meeting. Now, as Melissa mentioned, we're still in the process of rolling this out, but we will migrate all your data over. So just to give you a local example of someone who's been using the system longer, I'm going to pull up the City of San Mateo. And so you can see here, they have data going back to 2019. We have other clients, we bring data over much longer than that. But essentially, if you look here, it's basically organized so you would have your upcoming meetings. You also have the ability to do a search here. So if I wanted to do a search on Uber, for example, it would bring up not only where that is on the agenda, but also any attachments. So it does a full text search. This just makes it much easier for the public to find information, can dramatically cut down on public information requests and other things like that. So it just, in speaking to clerks over the 9 years that I've been doing this, it really just creates a better sense from the public that, I know you guys don't feel this way, but sometimes certain communities may feel like council is trying to hide things, and just giving that access to them in a much easier way just kind of counters any of those kinds of ideas. The other thing to show here is you would have the video for the meeting. And so if I was going to, here's another example of a local city of Albany. If I click here, it's going to bring up the video. And as the meeting is going, the members of the public can scroll along on the agenda and see the video right here. And so that makes it really nice. This could be during a live, or they can come in and see the archives afterwards. You'll notice that we use YouTube. I know that's a small local company for you, and so we really leverage that relationship there. And a couple other things to show that I think are pretty great. So we also have this integration with Google Translate. And what this allows you to do is essentially translate the agenda into 104 different languages automatically. Now, of course, I'm going to translate this into Korean. Of course, it's not 100% perfect, but I think it does a lot in terms of opening up accessibility to different populations. And then one last feature that I wanted to show, because of our integration with YouTube, we also have the ability to timestamp. And what that will allow people to do is basically jump around. So you can see if I click this button here, it jumps to, let's see. I had this sitting up here for a while. I probably should have hit refresh first. But it will jump basically to this point in the video. So if I scroll down to another point, and hit that button here. Let me just hit refresh. So you can see here, if I click in on this button here, it's going to go ahead and jump to an hour and 35 minutes into the meeting. And this makes it so people can easily find the information that they're looking for, as opposed to having to scroll through, which as someone with young children, being able to access information or attending meetings and kind of logging in at the right time is, just opens up a lot of doors for me. And so that's pretty much everything I wanted to cover today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thank you for your presentation. And questions from colleagues? Vice Mayor Medina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually a comment. Just wanted to thank our city clerk. This has been a long time. I understand she's been working on this, and it's great to see it finally here, and just this product looks fantastic. So I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
I think it's already been supported. It's here. Councilmember Mason.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the city clerk as well. Years ago, I put PDFs for books, and it is painful. And thank you for doing it all these years. And I'm sure you're really excited about this. So I definitely don't want to prolong your excitement and your time. I did just have one quick question, which is I love the look back. And so I'm just curious, is the look back period just starting when we start the program, or is there a look back period that is going to go beyond the initiation date of this new program?
Yeah, Melissa, can you remind me how?
I'm sorry, is the look back the archived agendas? Is that?
Yeah, bring the data.
Okay.
The archive, the archive.
Yeah.
Is it going to start when we begin using the software program, or is it going to start? Is it going to have previous meetings?
So we are migrating.
As well.
At PrimeGov, we are migrating 2 years worth of agendas and packets. So January 2019 to present day, and then. Just so you all know, we are also at the same time this is happening, we are undergoing a website conversion to a new vendor there. And so the website vendor will be bringing over, I think they have the ability to bring over something like 14 years worth of data. However, I don't think we have all of that electronically currently. So whatever we have on the web now, we will have the website vendor bring over if it doesn't already exist on the PrimeGov side. So we will at least have 2 years worth of data brought over from PrimeGov, and then anything extra on our website, the website vendor will produce in December of this year. So very soon.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping this item at the top of your list. Thanks.
I'm not changing it.
Councilmember Hamilton.
So Councilmember Mason asked my question, so I'll just be brief and just say this. This absolutely looks fantastic. It's such a huge improvement over many different pain areas. Not to minimize your pain area of how we put together those huge packets. So just want to say thank you to the whole team, and this looks great. Can't wait for it to launch. Councilmember Salazar.
So just really quick. So I know that this looks pretty standard compared to other agenda management programs I've seen, and in that it breaks down the items. The items are created individually, and then we see them broken out here. But does it have the ability to then also aggregate into what we're used to seeing? Because if you wanted to read your agenda packet offline, this doesn't really allow you in this particular view. So if we wanted to have a version of it that looks more like what we're accustomed to, which is one large packet, does the software aggregate that way? It looks like we're showing. Okay, so the whole packet is there. Okay, and then in terms of when we bring the history in, I imagine we'll only have the full packet for those, and not the individual or the timestamped videos, which I think is really a huge plus in terms of going back to research what's happened.
Yeah, so we could bring it over if it had been originally timestamped. We can migrate data over with timestamps, but I don't believe it was currently timestamped. So we'd have to have a person actually watch the meeting and do the timestamping.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. It looks great. No problem.
And yes, and just for the record, just to answer your question, yes, the agendas and the packets can be converted to PDF. Which is where Josh's cursor is now. You can just click on the little PDF link, it downloads it to your computer, and it opens up just like you would see the packets now or the agendas now.
Well, I wanted to thank you for Josh for being here and showing us a few steps and people of the community what to expect just around the corner. I do want to thank the city clerk, Madam President, because this is something when you came on board, when we hired you, was that this was something that you had experiences in other jurisdictions that you've worked in, and that would have efficiency and effectiveness as far as getting everything together within the process that currently exists today. And so that's a big step for us, and so I appreciate that continued and staff keeping that as a task to complete, and thank you for getting us to the finish line.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. With that, let's move on to our next item, please. Receive a presentation and annual report from the Culture and Art Commission. And this evening, I believe we have our vice chair who will be making the presentation.
I am bringing her over right now.
Thank you.
I'm getting a little error here, so I'm just trying to bring her over. I'm also going to bring over Staff Liaison Tim Wallace. There she is. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Tobin, thank you for being here. And Mr. Wallace, thank you for being here as well. And we're going to turn over the floor to the Vice Chair to give us the Culture and Arts Commission report.
Hi.
Evening.
Good evening. I'm not the vice chair. I don't know who is. But thank you. I am a long-term member of the culture, excuse me, there goes my voice, of the Culture and Arts Commission. And good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Of course, you know my name is Melody Tobin, and I'm pleased to present to you the Culture and Arts Commission 2020-2021 Annual Report. This evening's agenda will include the Commission's members, the purpose of the Commission's accomplishments for the year, and our goals for the next year. At the end of the presentation, I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. The Culture and Arts Commission currently has 6 commissioners. Melissa Rolfs is our chair, Pamela Madden is our vice chair, Pamela Gamble, Jean George, Janet Monahan, and of course, myself. I'm always last. Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Our City Council liaison is Tom Hamilton, and our email address, if you would ever like to contact us, is cultureandarts@sanbruno.ca.gov. The Commission is responsible for promoting artistic development of the community, preserving San Bruno's diverse cultural heritage, acquiring and maintaining public art, sponsoring programs and events that enhance quality of life, improving the image and character of the community. The Commission achieved a number of accomplishments this year. This includes reestablishing the Library Community Art Gallery program, sponsoring the library's Winter Reading and Arts program, providing judges for the Recreations Division holiday lighting contest, sponsoring Movies in the Park, and sponsoring a Dia de los Muertos event. Now we'll look at these accomplishments in a little more detail. The Community Art Gallery was reestablished shortly after the library reopened in April this year. New this year is a $250 stipend paid to participating artists. The purpose of this stipend is to encourage more artists to apply. The works you see on this slide are part of the current exhibit. The Commission sponsored the library's Winter Reading and Art program. This was a series of virtual programs to promote arts and literature. The programs included art talks from the San Francisco Museum of Fine Arts. In addition, there was a marionette performance by Fratello Marionettes, a traditional dance and music of Mexico performances by Cascada de Flores, a jazz concert by the Dave Rocha Trio, and a take-home collaborative art project of which you're seeing one of the entries on the slide. In December, the Commission provided judges for the Recreation Division's Holiday Lighting Contest. The top 3 homes were selected from a total of 47 entries. The winning entry is the one you see here on the slide. Movies in the Park returned in September after being on hiatus in 2020 due to COVID-19. The 4 films screened: Raya, The Last Dragon, WALL-E, Soul, and Frozen 2, I think that was 5, averaged 145 attendees. This is the highest number we've had in many years. Just last Wednesday, the Commission sponsored Dia de los Muertos event at the Senior Center, produced by library staff and community volunteers. Library staff have conducted a Dia de los Muertos event at the library for many years. This year, the event was expanded by moving it to the Senior Center and hiring a traditional mariachi band to provide musical entertainment. The Commission is very proud to have sponsored this significant cultural event. The Commission has a number of goals for 2021-2022. The City Art Fund currently has a balance of $358,164. The Commission will sponsor a Recreation Division's holiday window painting contest downtown. We plan to create a directory of San Bruno cultural and arts organizations. The Commission will select a new set of artists to display their work at the library's Community Art Gallery. Once again, the Commission will sponsor Movies in the Park. We intend to sponsor Shakespeare in the Park in October 2022. We also intend to sponsor a children's art project for the Community Day in the Park. And finally, the Commission plans to sponsor more cultural events such as Dia de los Muertos, Chinese New Year, and Black History Month. Finally, I want to take a moment to recognize Judy Puccini, who passed away in July. Judy was a Culture and Arts Commissioner since 2018. Her involvement in the Society of West Coast Artists Gallery on San Mateo Avenue brought a professional's perspective to the Commission. But more importantly, she was a friend to every commissioner and brought a calming influence to each meeting. We have missed her since her passing and will continue to miss her in the future. This concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Melody. Appreciate you being
You're
here
welcome.
and the presentation. Any questions from my colleagues? Questions? Not seeing any at this. Vice Mayor Medina.
I was waiting for the comments, Mr. Mayor, so I pushed that button a little too soon, so I apologize for that. Just a couple comments, but I'll wait if there's any other questions.
I'm going to say there's probably no questions unless I'm incorrect, Councilmember Mason, and maybe people wish to make comments. Yes on the comments or no on the comments? Councilmember Mason, do you have a question? Okay, comments. Vice Mayor, you're first, and then Councilmember Mason.
No, fantastic. I love the Dia de los Muertos event. I love that we're expanding to include other cultures. The artwork in the library is fantastic. I highly encourage our residents to go check it out. And I just wanted to thank you all for your work. It's great. Thank you.
Councilmember Mason.
Yeah, just the same. I've attended the Dia de los Muertos for a couple of years now with the family, and I've really enjoyed this last week at the Senior Center. Very well planned. The library staff was amazing and well organized. We've attended most of the movies in the park. We've just had a great time at a number of events that have been planned. So thank you so much for all the time and the effort. And I really appreciate some of the new ideas that are forth. I can't wait to see the windows during the holidays this next year. So thank you so much.
And on behalf of myself and the City Council, and you've heard from all of my colleagues feel, really want to thank you, Melly. I know you've been on and have had a lot of passion for this as well, and a beautiful tribute to Judy and a great picture to conclude this with her spirit and heart and love that she had for the commission as well as for the arts. And I have been around in this community like yourself and can go back to a time where it didn't exist or a funding mechanism didn't exist. And that's thanks to former Vice Mayor Irene O'Connell. And then this continues on. So I want to thank everybody on the commission if you would pass on our thanks and appreciation. And I appreciate you being here with us this evening and bringing that forward.
Thank you. Good night.
Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, we will move on to our next item under announcements and presentations. Receive presentation and annual report from the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And of course, I know we have Mr. Smith as a staff liaison, and I believe we are going to hear from David Nigel, who is the chair. And I know I've got that right. And so, Mr. Nigel, if you are ready to go, I will please turn the meeting over to you, sir.
I'm ready to go, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of our City Council. My name is David Nigel, as you just said, and I'm the chair of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Tonight, I'll be presenting the 2020-2021 BPAC Annual Report. Next slide, please. Tonight's agenda will begin with the BPAC's current composition and liaisons, followed by BPAC's roles and responsibilities. Then I will go through the significant activities that BPAC has participated in during these past years and conclude my presentation with the areas of future work for 2022. Next slide, please. The committee is comprised of 7 members and 2 staff liaisons. And I'd like to just say we have a fine balance of veteran members and 3 wonderful new members, and you can see them listed on the slide right there. I also would like to say we have a wonderful collegial relationship with our staff. Working with Michael Smith and David Wong is absolutely fantastic, and they've helped all of us so much. And they are our liaisons. And we also want to thank our City Council representative, Michael Salazar, who has attended our meetings and watches us via Zoom. Our 3 new members have already been very active, Paul Rose and Rob and Jules. And the committee also has the following subcommittees: safety outreach, public service announcements, and events. And I'd like to give a special thanks to Council Member Michael Salazar for serving as our current City Council liaison. Next slide, please. The BPAC is a quasi-judiciary body that provides input and advises the City Council on matters related to walking and biking in the city. The committee is advisory in nature, and its input is considered in evaluating the effectiveness of projects, programs, and policies related to bicycle and pedestrian activities in the city of San Bruno. This feedback is usually in the form of recommendations to the City Council or staff. Next slide, please. Before I proceed to present the committee's accomplishments over the past year, I want to pause and acknowledge the significant impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which has had on our outreach efforts. During the pandemic, committee members were unable to perform the type of community outreach we are used to doing. Usually, committee members are present at local events such as the Posey Parade, Community Day in the Park, Children's Day in the Park, Bike to Work Day, and making bicycle safety presentations in local schools. None of this was possible over the last 20 months. So instead, our focus has been in the effort of educating ourselves using outside resources. Taking that into consideration, in November 2020, the our fire marshal, gave a presentation to the committee on vegetation clearing efforts in Crestmore Canyon. And in January 2021, committee received presentations from Chief of Police, our Chief of Police on pedestrian and cyclist safety, and a representative from commute.org spoke about her organization's efforts to promote walking and biking in the county. And just an aside, when Walter Bird and I were appointed in February 2002, we made a commitment to have a really good relationship with commute.org, who at that time was based in Bay Hill, and they've since moved to Oyster Point. And we continue to have a very good relationship with them, and they give us all kinds of advice and materials that we give at our information booth at different activities. The committee is always looking for presenters to educate us on the latest walking and biking efforts that affect our community. Next slide, please. The next two items will be something that we're very proud of. Throughout the years, we've produced and created many public service announcements with the cooperation of our staff and especially Miriam Shalit at cable TV. And I'm going to play you our Dutch Reach public service announcement, which was done at the end of 2020. And the Dutch Reach is a method of opening your car door in a manner that allows you to see oncoming cyclists from the rear, avoiding a collision. So if we could have that video now. Our next video has to do with having clear sidewalks and placing the garbage totes in the proper place. This was done by Gus Sinks, our vice chair, and Paul Rose, and the staff. Our garbage can placement PSA is the most recent PSA effort and was released in September. Our goal is to address the issue of blocked sidewalks, especially for those members of the community who are mobility impaired. And this was done in front of Gus Sink's home. And there he is. In addition to those that I thanked earlier, we'd also like to recognize Recology for their cooperation in creating this video. Another activity was Bike to Wherever Day, and because many folks were working from home during the pandemic, Bike to Work Day 2021 was replaced by Bike to Wherever Day. And San Bruno did not host our usual two stations, so that a few members visited the one station that was at the farmers market in Brisbane, and that is one of our brand new committee members. And we look forward to hosting our Energizer stations in San Bruno in 2022, and we'd like to thank Walmart, one of our big sponsors at the San Bruno BART station, and YouTube at the Caltrain station. Next slide, please. The City of San Bruno plans to construct a two-way Class 4 cycle track along the east side of Huntington Avenue, extending from San Bruno Avenue to the Centennial Way Trail in South San Francisco, which is currently in the design concept phase of work. Because the project was identified in the Walk and Bike Plan, a very important document that we follow, the committee receives bi-monthly reports on its development. We are very excited to see a significant project progress from plan to implementation. Next slide, please. areas of future work. Although our outreach is hampered by the pandemic and the cancellation of many of our key outreach programs, the committee was still hard at work, and we are looking forward to continued implementation of the walk and bike plan, expand community outreach for children and adults, and continuing to support Bike to Work Day and other community events and activities. That concludes our report, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nigel. Very much appreciate your presence and the presentation. Any questions from colleagues? Any other comments or questions? If not, I want to, on behalf of the City Council and myself, please, Dave, if you would go back and thank the board for their work, their efforts, and all those folks that are on it. Really, they not just serve on it, they actually do it. And for the video that we saw with Mr. Sinks, he did speak. We just didn't have the audio, so I don't want folks to think that it was with no sound. We just didn't hear it, but I've seen it on TV. And then again, I just on a side personal note, have to thank you for all your decades of service to the community. Obviously, I think you're going 52, 53 years on Parks and Rec. And so very much always have appreciated all of your passion and dedication to this community with whatever group you serve with.
Thank you for those kind words. I really appreciate it. And I will convey to the committee the accolades that you just mentioned.
Thank you again, and thanks for your patience. And you and Rose, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to, it's not on the agenda, but want to just mention one thing. I think I'd be remiss. I'd asked for it to be on the agenda. And this was just a quick, on the community cleanup day that was held on Saturday. But still waiting for the finalization of the weights on the paints and electronics. So at the November 9th meeting, there will be a very detailed report on the success. But just as a caveat to it, keep in mind when we did this last time, it was a total of 264 cars. And on this Saturday, and with thanks to no rain during the event, we had 439 vehicles that went through that facility. And I think based on what it's being said, one of the main contributors was the utility notification in English and Spanish that may have contributed to that increase. And so we appreciate everybody's patience. And also, very much thanks to all the volunteers that stayed longer. And of course, it was steady pace with no breaks. So it is appreciated. With that, want to move on to consent calendar. All items are considered routine or implemented in an earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless otherwise requested. Are there any items under consent that folks want to pull for a separate vote? Seeing none, are there any items that folks wish to pull for a comment or a question? Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a brief comment on 5G and 5H.
G and H.
Yes,
G
sir.
and H? Two?
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Okay. See that. Let's go to item G, and that was adopt a resolution approving the design and authorizing the city manager to execute a construction contract with JJR Construction, the sidewalk repair program. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sidewalk repair program, it's always a great thing to have. I wanted to note that $225,000 for Measure G is being applied to this project. So I think that's important to note. My question for staff would be, this is an opportunity for residents to participate in the program based on the staff report, and my interest is how do we advise our residents of the program, and what are the particulars on the costs? If you can share those, please.
City Manager.
Yeah, through the mayor.
evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, Haywan Ritchie. The item before you tonight is the sidewalk item. As we receive concerns from residents through various means, whether they be public, Sam Bruno responds, or phone calls about concerns about trip and fall hazards. We contact the homeowner, and if they wish to participate in the program, we advise them that they are able. If you recall last year, the prices did come in high, and so unfortunately we had to go back and repackage the project and re-advertise again. And so those neighbors who we had on record, we contacted them again for the interest in participating in the program, and we contact them again in their interest and are working with them.
That's wonderful. The start date here is anticipated in January, and is there any time available for other residents to add on to this program?
Potentially. I do know in the interim that we have received, so this project is not just sidewalk repair, but also includes ADA curb ramps. And so I do know that there have been some additional requests, and we do want to prioritize those ADA ramps with the contingency that we have. And so if there is additional opportunity, it may be possible if it's early enough. We just want to make sure that those homeowners who want to participate, of course, get their projects in. Any contingencies associated with that get addressed. If they let us know soon enough, there may be some opportunity, but of course, the contingency really, we're wanting to prioritize it for the ADA ramps, any unforeseen conditions that come up. And if there's opportunity, they can contact Public Works. It primarily depends on when they catch us. If they've completely done all of the demo work and they're not coming back, we would want to avoid a remobilization cost. And so if there is interest, we would just want homeowners to contact us early. If not, this is a continuing program. And for those locations where we know that there were trip and fall hazards, we have contacted the homeowners proactively. And so, they can always be added to a list later if they want to participate.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from colleagues on item G? So let's move on to item H, adopt a resolution approving the design authorizing the city manager to execute a construction contract with Grana Construction Group, the senior center parking lot overlay, and the trash enclosure project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As many of us probably know, this is a concern of our seniors at Senior Center and how they've been waiting for this. And I think this is great. I wanted to thank staff for being able to squeeze this in. If staff could provide just a really something brief on the construction schedule and how it's being planned to avoid the busy activity at the Senior Center.
Yes, we will work with the park staff in their programming. They will, there is some ramping up time, of course. You have to provide their submittals. There's some shop drawings associated with the new trash enclosure. And so we could time when we provide the notice to proceed with a collaboration with parks. We have already discussed with some park staff regarding accommodating entrance, and so that there's still access to the Senior Center. There will be, within the contract documents themselves, we indicated that access to the kitchen shall be maintained at all times. And then they shall also coordinate with city staff in order to provide accommodations to the Senior Center. So as if we're able to avoid known very heavy periods, then we can try to schedule that around with the notice to proceed. And then otherwise it would be, coordination and communication with the contractor.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from colleagues? I do have, just if you could, Ms. Ritchie, if you could just clarify for the viewing public, is these monies that are there, where they came from, or to pay for both projects?
No, I have David Wong on the call. I don't want to get it wrong. I know that there was grant funding, and so if we could bring David Wong.
He should be coming in right now.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, members of the City Council. David Wong, Principal Engineer. To answer the question, the city was fortunate to get, for both the trash enclosure and the senior center parking lot, the senior center bequest funds.
Thank you. And it's not the center itself, but it's monies that have been given through means to that. And the Senior Advisory Board took this topic up and approved that, which we thanked and that as well. So just wanted that, and thank you very much, Mr. Wong and Ms. Ritchie, for clarifying. Any other comments or questions on H? Okay. Is there any actions on items that are, any action on consent, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Motion made, seconded, Hamilton Salazar. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Mason?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina?
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay. I just, for my colleagues, we are going to have public hearing, and we're going to be taking both the items up together as one. And so what I'm going to suggest is, as well, it's still early enough. Okay, I was going to say take a break, but I think we can proceed. Is that okay with everybody, or? Because I know you guys, everybody came from a 5 o'clock through now. That's why I was wanting to ask. Okay. Yes, Vice Mayor. No? Yes?
If you wanted to take a 5-minute break,
Okay.
I'd be okay with it.
Okay. All right. What we're going to do is at 8:12, we're going to take a 5-minute break and reconvene, and then we'll get into the conduct of business. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
got one more minute, Mr. Mayor.
You're right.
Take a break whenever you can. Is what some person told me many years ago. All right.
Okay, I have us back at 8:17, and we'll go ahead and reconvene the San Bruno City Council meeting after having a 5-minute recess. And at this time, we are going to move to item 6, which is the public hearing. And City Clerk.
Item 6A, hold a public hearing and adopt the following resolutions. Resolution 1, resolution adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan as required by the state's water code and instructing staff to submit the final 2020 Urban Water Management Plan to the Department of Water Resources. Resolution 2, resolution adopting the City of San Bruno Water Shortage Contingency Plan update and instructing staff to submit as part of the final 2020 Urban Water Management Plan to the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you for reading both of those, and I'm sorry, I should have seen this. Council Member Mason with us? Council, there we go. Okay, just wanted to make sure before we continue. We just read the items on the public hearing, and so now we're going to move it into for staff. And I can see Ms. Ritchie is going to help to lead us and have some support folks with her as well. Interim Director Ritchie.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Dina. I have slides to share. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council members, Haywan Ritchie, Interim Public Works Director. The item I have before tonight is the adoption of resolutions for the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. So every 5 years, the state requires urban water suppliers to update their urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan. Public Works staff and their consultant, West Jost Associates, work together on preparing these plans and are here tonight to hold a public hearing and recommend adoption of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. At this time, I would like to introduce our consultant, Amy Kwong, with West Jost Associates, who will be presenting a PowerPoint presentation of both plans. West Jost is the city's water engineering consultant. They have assisted the city with its updates to various water efforts such as Water Master Plan, running the city's hydraulic model to assess development impacts related to the water system and provide recommendations for any improvements that are needed associated with the development. And most recently, they assisted the city in preparing the water supply assessment for the Bay Hill specific plan. So without further ado, what I would like to do is turn this over to Amy.
Thanks, Haywan. Let me share my screen. Does everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I wanted to share. Start video. Okay. Well, thank you. Hey, Juan. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. This project was started 7 months ago, so City staff and I are very excited to get to this stage and be able to present to the city on their 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. So what is the Urban Water Management Plan? So some background on that. Basically, it's a plan that evaluates the city's water supply and water demands through 2045. It's a long-term planning document. It evaluates the availability and the reliability of your water supplies to meet your current and future water demands. And it's also a document that helps inform water supply assessments for proposed development projects, some of those larger projects that require a WSA as required by Senate Bill 610 and Senate Bill 221. So why is the Urban Water Management Plan required? It's required under the Urban Water Management Planning Act, AB 797, and also the requirements are in the California Water Code, sections 10608 to 10657, and it applies to any urban water supplier who directly or indirectly serves more than 3,000 customers or delivers more than 3,000 acre-feet of water per year. And it requires an update every 5 years. And it helps the city maintain its eligibility for state grants and loans. So in fiscal year 2019-20, the city served 11,902 connections, so greater than the 3,000 customers. And the city also delivered 3.12 million gallons per day, MGD, of water, or equivalent to about 3,500 acre-feet of water per year to their customers. Therefore, an urban water management plan is required. So first, a big thanks to city staff. We had to provide all the information we needed in order to complete the plan. As you can see here, there are lots of components in the urban water management plan. Some of the key ones include a lay description, which we've included as the executive summary. We need to provide the water demand projections to 2045. We also document the conservation target compliance, also known as SBX 7 by 10. We also document the city's water supply availability and reliability. And one of the new components of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plans is a drought risk assessment, looking at the city's supplies for the next 5 years, assuming a multiple year drought. Lots of updates on the water shortage contingency plan, and also updates to the city's demand management measures. The following slides will present some of these key components of the urban plan. So diving into the Water Conservation Act of 2009, also known as SBX 77, as well as 20 by 2020, which is to achieve a 20% reduction in per capita water use statewide by 2020. So targets were set in 2010 urban water management plans, and it required suppliers to adopt per capita water use targets for 2015 and 2020. As you can see in the graph here, the target for the city for 2015 and 2020 is 124 gallons per capita per day. In 2015, the city averaged 71 GPCD, and then 2020, it's 69 GPCD. So the city has met both of their targets. So going into historical and projected water demands for the city, wanted to talk about the historical first. In 2015, the city used 3.14 MGD, and 5 years later, in 2020, the water use is almost the same at 3.12 MGD. Although there has been growth in the city, however, the continued conservation from your customers and as well as installation of newer fixtures that require less water has helped you maintain this lower level of water use. However, in the future, based on planned developments that are coming into the city, there will be growth projected. The assumption for build-out is 2040 for the city, and water demands are projected to increase to 4.78 million gallons per day by 2040. These projections are consistent with the city's water master plan that we're also updating. So going to projected water supplies. So in a normal water year, the city can receive up to 3.2 MGD of water from FPUC. It also receives 0.05 MGD of water from North Coast County Water District. It's a very small amount that supplies the Crystal Springs Terrace apartments. The supply is also from SFPUC, but it's just a different contract. The city also has groundwater supplies up to 2.1 MGD. So groundwater supplies is a really key component of the city's water supply portfolio because it really helps you, and especially the drought years, when the reliability of SFPUC supplies decrease quite significantly. And this is because of the new constraint, the Bay Delta Plan Amendment. And basically the amendment requires additional flows in the San Joaquin River, and that reduces the amount of supply available to SFPUC during dry years. And the impacts are quite significant, like I mentioned. In multiple dry years, it can be more than a 50% cutback possible on your SFPUC supplies. And like I mentioned, this is where your groundwater supplies are really important to balance that reduction. I do want to note that the Bay Delta Plan Amendment comes with a lot of uncertainty right now. There are pending lawsuits, and then a lot of efforts to have the State Water Resources Control Board adopt the voluntary agreement to reduce the amount of unimpaired flows that needs to go to the San Joaquin River. And going to the water shortage contingency plan, this is important because, as you can see, with reduction in supplies, the city needs to have a plan to prepare and respond to water shortages. And the water shortage contingency plan can be used for foreseeable events such as drought or unforeseeable emergencies. We have prepared it as appendix to the urban water management plan so that it may be updated independently depending on conditions as they change, and which is also why we recommend to adopt it as a separate resolution. We've made updates to the plan so that it conforms to the state standard water shortage stages. There's now 6 standard stages, and one of the stages needs to address a supply reduction greater than 50%. And there's also new requirements for annual water supply and demand assessment. So in summary, what does the Urban Water Management Plan say about supplies through 2045? So the urban plan demonstrates that supplies can meet your existing and projected water demands during your normal years through 2045. During your single dry years, the city may experience a water shortage between 5 to 19% starting in 2035. When we look at multiple dry years, such as a 5-year dry period, the city may experience a water shortage between 2 to 24% starting in 2030. I do want to note that these are compared to your projected growth demand, so it does include the projected growth and build-out demands. So these shortages are because of some of the growth. But for reference, I do want to note that the city achieved a 20% conservation during the last 2012 to 2016 drought. So although the shortfalls are significant cutbacks from SFPUC due to the Bay Delta Plan, we are planning for that, the worst case, in this 2020 urban plan. But because of uncertainty, if we look at, the other bookend, if we didn't have the Bay Delta Plan, there wouldn't really be any supply shortfalls. Nearly eliminated, and it'll be close to like 1% shortage in the 4th and 5th dry years, in the later years of a 5-year drought. Obviously, we can't plan for that. We're going to plan, for the worst case scenario, just like what SFPUC is showing in their urban plan. But we do update these plans every 5 years, so we will know how Bay Delta Plan is implemented 5 years from now. So in the event of projected shortfall, the city can implement its water shortage contingency plan between stages 1 to 3 to address any of the shortfalls that we've projected. So some public outreach and key dates. Prior to the city council meeting, we've provided 60-day notices to the county, surrounding agencies, OSCA, and other stakeholders. October 11th, the notice of public hearing to the city, county, and public were provided. And between October 11th and October 22nd was the public review period. we need a 14-day minimum. There were also 2 notices in the local newspaper. Today we're having the public hearing. We're going to ask City Council to consider adopting the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And within 30 days of adoption, the documents need to be submitted to DWR, as well as the State Library, County, and made available for public review. So proposed action items for today is to conduct the public hearing for both plans and consider adoption of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. That includes the presentation, and we could open up for questions in public hearing.
Thank you very much. Was there anything else, Ms. Ritchie, that you wanted to add before I open for public hearing?
Yes, I wanted to add that a large contributor to this project was Mark Reinhardt. He has been a long-term city employee. He works with Amy Kwong and has been a strong advocate for our water system for many years. And so he is also available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much again. I appreciate it. Okay, at this time, if we could, if it's okay, if you could stop sharing the screen, and then I'll go ahead and ask at this time. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead, and if there's anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, if you could raise your hand at this time. Once we do close public hearing, there will not be another opportunity in which to speak. So again, this is the last call for anyone from the community that wishes to speak on this topic. Seeing none at this time, if I could have action from council to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion seconded. Hamilton Salazar to close public hearing. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Mason?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina?
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Aye. Now I'd like to have any questions from colleagues on the presentation and the items on the 2 resolutions. If there are no questions at this time on those 2 items, Vice Mayor Medina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and staff, for the presentation. I guess what I hear most as we proceed with development in San Bruno is, do we have enough water now? Will we have enough water to handle these projects, and especially within a drought? And based on this presentation, we do. My question is, on the projected growth in our city, how inclusive is that? Is that with the Trans-Corridor Plan? Is it the additional 3,300 units that are identified in our regional housing? I was wondering if staff could just touch upon that for a little bit.
Yes, I can answer to that. This plan is for build out for 2045, and so it does project into the future. It includes the transit corridors plan, other development that is anticipated in the region for San Bruno, as well as the Bay Hill specific plan that is inclusive of those projections.
Great. And just a little clarification. So we currently have enough water from the SFPUC, and in the event that we did get that significant haircut of 50%, we are allowed to pump up to 2 million gallons of water so that we have enough water to meet our demand. Is that accurate?
I may ask. Yeah, I can help. Yes, it's up to 2.1 MGD.
Okay. So we are well within comfort to have enough water. Yet that doesn't mean that we should be wasteful. And with all of the, as you showed in that first graph, from 2015 to 2020, we've actually seen a reduction in our water usage per person.
That's correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no other hands at this time, there's two resolutions that need to be taken separately. Is there any action on the first resolution?
Chair.
Please go ahead, Mike.
You guys can switch.
No, go ahead, Tom. Go ahead. You take it.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to introduce the resolution adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan as required by the state's water code and instructing staff to submit the final 2020 Urban Water Management Plan to the Department of Water Resources.
And I'll second that motion.
Hamilton Salazar, motion second. Roll call, please.
Okay, but we have a Hamilton Salazar night going forward. Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And we do have a second resolution. Any introductions from...
Let's continue the trend.
All right, go ahead.
Really? Okay.
Yes, Salazar.
I would like to make a motion to introduce the resolution adopting the City of San Bruno Water Shortage Contingency Plan update and instructing staff to submit as part of the final 2020 Urban Water Management Plan to the Department of Water Resources.
And I will second that motion.
I'm making my minutes easy.
Motion made and second. Hamilton Salazar, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, and Mr. Reinhardt. Wanted to acknowledge that he was here as well through the presentations as far as staff and answering questions that are available. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to item number 7, which is comments from council members. This first one is from myself, and what it is it's I'm sure we read in the Daily Journal, for the city of San Mateo had been looking into speed limits at schools, and Menlo Park has already done something. The county has some stipulations in certain areas. This is something that, as we all know, I mean, when we take our driver's tests and all that, alleys, are at 15, blind intersections, 100 feet are at 15, near railroad tracks, 100 feet are 15, right? So those are already existing currently. And my belief is that for the public and private schools that we should, from K through 12, look into that. And there's new state law that's changed, and it's very clear of what is okay and what is not. And I think not only does it set, hopefully in a community, if this were something that's plausible and the council supports, would have consistency, right? I just know I'm near a school, it's not 25, it's 15. I know when St. Robert's came up, they have a crosswalk. And because the cars were right there at the crosswalk, child could not be seen as they came out into the street. So back then I had brought forward, and the council said, well, let's, during school terms, broaden that so that there is a broader space. I think, as we know, it doesn't take much time to have a tragic accident or incident occur. I know there is no state law as far as the senior center for it being other than 25, to my knowledge, or what I could find. However, I think once we're looking at one element, we have one senior center at a very busy intersection. I would just like to have that looked at simultaneously. Again, there may not be anything that can be done, but I think it's deserving for our youth and our mature population to at least look at possibilities of protecting and having consistency. So that's my thought and suggestion, and so I open it to my colleagues to see if there's any support. Vice Mayor.
There it is. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I saw that newspaper article, and I've heard of the various complaints at our schools of the traffic concerns and observed them myself. So if we can look into that, would be great. And I look forward to hearing about that. So thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hamilton.
I am also supportive of this. I think it's a great idea for us to look into this and hope to make some improvements around our schools and near the senior center. And I also thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mason.
Yeah, I think I'm glad you brought this forth, and I know we live right next to Parkside, and it is every morning getting out of our driveway is an interesting experience, and making sure our kids don't run in the street. I will say that at our elementary school, the liaison was there recently, and I think traffic definitely improved. So in speaking with the city manager after the article came out, I think that the city may already be working on this. And so if they are, just keep going. And if they're not, then I support starting it. But my understanding is that the city is already working on this with the police department, and will be reaching out to the school district. So thank you.
Councilmember Salazar.
I just wanted to add, I mean, I agree that lower speeds are definitely safer, but I think we also have a large issue with enforcement, and I don't know that lowering it necessarily makes it any more enforceable or increases our ability to enforce it. So, I think hand in hand with this, we do need to look at our ability to enforce even the existing limits in all of the areas. I mean, to be honest, when we have speeding everywhere, not just, I know it's especially dangerous near schools where kids tend to dart in and out of cars. But it's a problem everywhere. And I also wanted to make sure that, whatever process we follow here, we are following the established protocols and making sure that these items are vetted by engineering, and they find their way to the TSPC before going anywhere. So that's it from me.
Absolutely would concur with those comments. And speaking to a council member from San Mateo on this topic, I think it is always the case, right, about the cars that speed everywhere, not just around our certain sites or U-turns, et cetera. So it is true when it comes to the enforcement. I know one of the City of San Mateo's relevance to go forward was, again, just trying to put that into people's minds, that it's trying to get the mindset from the 25 to 15 and as just a factor of consistency and safety. So with that, I think that we have to go ahead in that, and so I appreciate that. I want to now ask for other council members that may have items that they or comments that they'd like to bring up tonight. If you could raise your hand, and we'll start with the Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick things. Tomorrow from 2 to 4 p.m., Second Harvest will be providing groceries to those in need at 350 3rd Avenue. That's Bel Air. If anyone has any time to also volunteer, we look like we may be a little short. So if you have some time and you want to help your community, please show up at 1:30 and at Bel Air Elementary School. We normally get around 200 cars of people that are in need of groceries. The second thing is I wanted to also thank everyone involved with the community cleanup drop-off at the Church of Latter-day Saints this Saturday. I know some people were waiting a long time, but it was a lot of cars, set a record. And if I can take this time just to remind everyone, you can call Recology to get your free pickup at your door, at the curb, right? So make sure you get two free pickups a year. And I can tell you, it was amazing. I called and they picked up my water heater, my used up water heater. So be sure to do that, and you won't have to wait in line at any of our cleanups in the future. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? I'm not seeing any other hands up. Okay. As we adjourn this evening, I wanted to go ahead and adjourn in the memory of Sophia Melendez. And I think some of you may know the family and Alex, who is their former Park and Recreation Commissioner. She was 39 years old, way too young and passed, a graduate of Cappuccino and has lived most of her life in San Bruno. She was the older sister to Alex Vanessa. One thing that I think may run in the family is Sophia loved the San Bruno Sea Park just as much as you see Alex there all the time. Loved the Posey Parade, the Easter egg hunts, their recreational activities. And some side notes, she loved the creative writing, sushi, and of course being a mom. She's survived by her parents, her younger sister and brother, and her 4-year-old son. And this was an unfortunate when any tragedy like this happens. And so in memory of her, as well as all of our young adults, and maybe I'm just getting up in age, but to me, that's still very young. And so also, in addition, I want to adjourn in honor and in memory of all our young adults that have left us way too soon. So with that, let's adjourn in a moment of silence. Thank you, Council. Now we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting to the next regular City Council meeting, which will be held November the 9th at 7 p.m. Everyone enjoy the rest of your evening, your week, and have a safe and happy Halloween.